What up? Get my mic. Get my drinks ready because I am actually very tired today. Alright, let's see if we can get this working first time this time. Did it work, chat? Did it work? It worked! How's it going, everyone? What is up? Oh, he was upset, serious. He was upset. I don't even know what his problem is. I wasn't even live. Hey, Remy. Hey, Dubs. I wasn't even live, and all I see is this, right? Let me show you. All I see is this. Apparently, real gamers play every system. Real gamers don't have Xbox sucks cry more. Oh, why do they keep coming from? I don't know, man. And you, Remy. I saw. Ah, Rabbi, I finished work 1.5 hours ago. I am very, very sore, but otherwise good. Work needs to stop overworking me. I think this is what we need to do. We need to rally together and get to my workplace and tell them stop overworking chaos, or else need to add that little conundrum at the end. But yeah, I am good, and we do have some news to go through today, so at least we have some stuff to talk about today. I know, right, Cesaro? It's like I turn around and I tell them, I finish at 5 today. Ah, so you can look at these then. I said, I got 10 minutes. Yeah, this shouldn't take you much longer. 2 hours later. It's done. I'm going away. And then they're like, yeah, you can go now. We don't need you for rest. And I'm like, I just done 99% of the work. What are you talking about? Gonna take the credit for that 1%. I honestly don't know if it's going to show up, Rabbi. I know Microsoft is going to have a really big showing at Gamescom. They're not going to be officially at the TGS, even though they should have a presentation there or something. But they're definitely going to have apparently an even bigger presentation at Gamescom this year than they already had at the showcase during the summer. So who knows what we're going to see? Because apparently there's a load of games, some which we haven't even heard of, that's going to be announced or showcased at the Gamescom showcase. So it's looking good. Gamescom is looking to be shaping good. Of course, TGS is just going to be a 30-minute reel of them speaking with developers and whatnot, nothing thing. And believe it or not, I still haven't downloaded Call of Duty. Not because it hasn't, I haven't started. I think I'm like 70% down. I'm 70% free downloading it. That is bad. You probably won't see that till next year now. Ah, my young Padawan. We should be potentially getting Persona X. I'm gonna get into that in a little bit, but Persona X seems to be the one, and because Microsoft has a really good relationship with Sega, that could be the one that actually, we actually do get. But I could have started. I wanted to start a stream with like a really big piece of news. Of course, we've got this whole Xbox sucks, cry more, dude. Deciding. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Oh, unfortunately, in this house, so it's still in the living room, so I still have to tell people to keep their voices down just a little bit while I'm streaming. But yeah, while this was interesting coming in first thing before I even went live, because you can see the timestamps. I went live at 8:30. This dude was in before I went live. This dude went in before I went live. I think we'll see Talborn there and the release date. Rabbit, I don't know if we're gonna see the new James Bond project, but who knows? Who knows? They said that we're going to see even more games than we did last time. So it's possible. It wasn't free back then, was it? It wasn't on Game Pass, so I couldn't download it. I'm only interested in the campaign, to be fair. I want to see what it's like. But either way, my internet is not in the best of places. And of course, there's the New World closed beta that's happening at the moment as well. That's a big download. Then you had the Marvel Rivals. That actually was a small download. Hey, Wayne's World. Hey, why so serious? How's it going, buddy? How's it going? But what do you make of this news? What do you make of that one? That was it made me laugh when I saw this. This wasn't what I wanted to open up with. I actually had something. I had like a thing going on, but I saw this and I just had to like go, "What the hell?" The sheer audacity. With Diablo 4 now, Warfare 3 not xCloud playable, are we to expect none of the ABK library to be xCloud playable for the next 15 years, you think? Nah. This is originally, I thought Microsoft and Ubisoft were going to go into some partnership. It's obvious now that Microsoft is going the other way. They're basically saying, so this is what's actually happening, in my opinion, right, Sin? They said, right, Ubisoft, you thought you were smart, right? You got the cloud rights. Oh, great, good for you. And the CMA sitting there all humble and everything, thinking Microsoft are now going to have to pay to get their own games back off the people that they gave it to. But that's not where things are going. Things are going the opposite way. they're going to Nvidia and they're going to GeForce Now, which provides a superior service. And the relationship and partnership between Nvidia and Microsoft is getting closer and better and stronger each passing day. And at some point, what you're going to see is GeForce Now as a membership, maybe even if it's just the basic tier, not the premium tier, but the basic tier, it's going to be added at some point, maybe when there's a price bump or something, or as a perk or something to Game Pass. And it's going to kind of semi integrate into Game Pass Ultimate. Obviously, if you want the premium tier, then you're going to have to pay for that. But for the basic tier, it's going to be there, and you'll be able to play all your ABK games through your Xbox through GeForce Now, which you can do right now anyway. But obviously, you have to pay for GeForce Now, so that's the only conundrum. But that is the way I see them going. That is the path I see them taking, because there was no reason why the CMA didn't leave the games on xCloud. They've already put them everywhere. They've given Ubisoft access rights. There's no reason why they wouldn't put them on Xbox. It was just the CMA being a nasty bunch of people. So, in my opinion, this is Microsoft's way of truly getting them back by giving the Xbox customers an even superior service. It's a win-win for Xbox. It's just gonna take a little time to get there, but it's no secret that their bond is getting better. And if the rumors are true, if the rumors are actually true, the next Xbox isn't even going to be powered by an AMD chipset. It's going to be powered by Nvidia. That is what I want to see and hear. And I'm jelly. I'm jelly. But you know what? Seriously, Marvel Rivals, really good game. I do have some issues with it. I've got a video coming soon about my first impressions of what I like and don't like. But so far, I'm really enjoying it, and it is better than Concord. And it's free to play. And Punisher is great, even though there might be a fake one in chat soon. He's not the real one. I am. Rabbi, what did you say? James Bond Project 007. I mean, it's not going to come out. I don't think that will come out multi platform. That one is going to be part of Rare, most likely, because they own the IP. So, more than likely, that will probably be, depending on the power, Xbox exclusive. If it's a weaker game, you may see it on the Switch too. That's my assumption. Anytime, Sin. Anytime. Yeah, absolutely, Susano. That is what I that's how I envision it, because right now everything is pointing towards there. The relationship between Nvidia and Microsoft are just getting stronger and stronger, and they're becoming more intertwined. Right now, we've got them connecting GeForce Now. Like, there's no reason for them to connect GeForce Now into Xbox.com. Absolutely none. Not if there's nothing going on in the background, and there obviously is, and things are going swimmingly, and they're just trying to get the dots and the I's tied together, and then they're going to be unveiling something pretty big soon. Rabbi, I thought I just answered your question, unless that you sent that before and I didn't see it. They walked from the contracts with a. Which contract is this? J. Cola. At least that is one thing that we don't have to worry about here in the UK. We don't have caps. We used to, but they died quickly because no one really uses them. I think the free internet basically has a cap, but anything paid doesn't have cap. My problem is if I download on my Xbox, it will max out that 60 meg download, and then no one in the house can use it. Watching Netflix, the kids playing online, so I kind of have to do it overnight. I was supposed to do it last night because I want to try New World as well, but obviously that's another big download. But yeah, like look at the audacity of this, right? So according to the media, all successful games should be on PS5. 40 million people have played Forza Horizon 5, so why isn't it on PlayStation 5? Like what the hell? Like this is crazy. This is crazy. How do you even come up with this? Like how do you even come up with a byline like that? Like how? With a straight face? That's like I don't even get it. Yeah, I can't see Forza, Halo, or Gears ever going anywhere. It would be a sad day if that ever does happen. I know, right, J. Coda? I know. But obviously, the big news, as Why So Serious has been talking about, is this one over here. They said it couldn't happen. They said it won't happen. They said it's impossible. But the impossible has become possible. You know, just like you said, it's going to happen, and it has. I know, right, Wood? I know. I wouldn't mind driving a Tesla. As for the old ABK games, especially the old COD games, because there's a few that I would really like to play. They're coming. They will come in due course. I mean, they have to, right? There's only so much they can delay them. Man, that mosquito bite really bit me bad. But yeah, they said it was impossible. Jim Ryan said it would never happen. It couldn't happen. Microsoft could not afford to put Call of Duty Modern Warfare on Game Pass. Obviously, this isn't day and date, but Black Ops 6 will be day and date for Game Pass. I am waiting. Not right now, this second. I'm going to set my Xbox on overnight to download and leave it that way because I've got two big games that I need to download. Uh, I really wish the memory cards for Xbox would be cheaper so I wouldn't have to delete games. But yeah, it's not. And the price of those memory cards are god awful. It's a huge game, like 150 gig. But this is big, and I'm really interested to see if this will, if anything, move the needle for those that were on the fence about trying Call of Duty to pick up Game Pass to give it a try. I'm sure that the subscription numbers will have gone up with this. So if it does, you can expect Microsoft to be very happy with that. You mean the one that was money headed by Sony? Isn't that like a Souls game, from what I've heard? I'm not gonna waste my money on it. Woodpit, I was going through my selection of Xbox games and I was like, nah, I want that. I want that. I've been saying I'm going to play this for 2 years and I still haven't played it, but I'm not going to delete it. I'm just going down that list doing the exact same thing for all the games. In the end, I decided that games I've got on my PC that I've got installed, I will remove off my Xbox. And if worst case scenario I want to play it, I've always got GeForce Now if I need to take it remote. Yeah, that Xbox memory card needs to go cheaper. It needs to be sub 100. That is ridiculous price. Susanna, it's never enough. It is never ever enough. Oh. We got some bad news today, though. We did get some bad news today. So on the on the eve of like brilliant news, like Call of Duty landing on Xbox, Marvel Rivals make the closed beta of Marvel Rivals making Concord look absolutely shoddy and shite. We got this news. And this actually, in my opinion, for those of you that haven't seen my video, make sure if you haven't seen it, you go check it out after this video. There are implications on this that people are not seeing. I'm hoping gaming that it will be cheaper on Black Friday. But right now in the UK, things have taken a really, really dark turn for families that are dependent on the welfare system. Things have taken a really sharp turn because everyone in the UK today had a huge portion of their benefits stopped. So we'll see how that works out. Even if it is Black Friday, rent first, food first, child labor second. No, I'm just kidding. That is totally going to get taken out of context. But the thing with Stalker 2 is that it's now been delayed from September 5th to November 20th. But that's a problem. So now on November the 20th, now on that period there, you've got Stalker 2, Avowed, and Indiana Jones Landing pretty much around the same window. I think that's too much. I can see something at this point now almost certainly being pushed into next year. There's no reason for Microsoft to cannibalize their own game. Put something for January, so you've already got something for the first quarter, and you've already met that quota, and then people can look forward to another game in the second quarter of the year. Yeah, they've basically said that they found some last minute bugs that they need to fix. They can't release the game in that state, so that's fair. But November the 20th seems to be the final date. That's gonna stay. That seems to be the nexus point. The problem here is in October you've got Call of Duty. Now in November you're gonna get Stalker. Avowed and Indiana Jones don't have a release date yet, and I believe the reason why they didn't have a release date was because Stalker was preparing to delay, and they already got wind of that, so that's why they took the release date down for Avowed. It makes sense in that regard, but they can't release all three. I mean, they technically can release all three, but it's going to cannibalize the games. And that is something you don't want, especially considering don't look at it as a Game Pass thing. Look at it like on PC and Steam and whatnot. It's going to be available to buy. People aren't going to buy all three games at once. So they kind of need to space them out enough to get people to buy all three of them. Anime, that's what I think they should do. That is exactly what I think they should do. They should put one of the games in January. It just makes so much sense for them to do that. I know a lot of people are not happy with the idea, not happy with that notion, pretty much want to murder me because I say some stupid shit like that. But the reality is, I think that is the way that they need to go. In my opinion, that is the trajectory, because anything else just doesn't make sense. I am so prepared for anime today. But yeah. But for those of you looking for, some cool little tidbits from Crash Bandicoot and whatnot, here you go. The Insane Trilogy is supposed to drop around August the 8th. Now, this one's been tooted enough on this release date to the point where I've heard nothing personally, but I actually believe that that is a date set in stone. So the Insane Trilogy is landing on Xbox this August the 8th, paving the way. And I think that's a nice segue, especially with uh, Stalker 2 now delayed. It should keep people busy. Why do you say that, Boss Diggy? Do you want the games to fail? Do you want the games to cannibalize each other and not do well? If you look at it from just optics, releasing two major games at the same time, one is going to get cannibalized over the other. Releasing three at the same time, you're asking for trouble. Well, of course you want them all. That's why we have the Infinity Gauntlet called Game Pass. But from a studio perspective, it makes sense to push something to January. And I think they're going to do it anyway. Oh, I've known about Crash coming for about a month now, maybe more. I've seen people talking about it for quite a bit now, but a date wasn't announced. I think I started seeing the dates around maybe 2 weeks ago, but it seems to be the agreed upon date for many. The fact is, if it's already out there, well, I don't understand why Microsoft doesn't come and just say, "Hey guys, it's coming on the 8th. Be prepared," or just fucking drop it. Just drop it into the pool. What's with all the logistics? I did see last stream that you are having a great time with that anime, and it makes me happy to see you enjoying it. Gem, Final Fantasy 14, Warframe, and Space Marine 2. Wasn't Space Marine 2 delayed as well? I could have sworn they delayed it because the whole bunch of stuff got leaked, right? The whole game got leaked. I didn't even claim my subs this month, and I don't pay for most of those. I agree. Avowed is the perfect candidate. And if your people are asking why, well, indie is Christmas. It just works in the holidays. It works. I mean, one of the three have to move, right? Tafo? It doesn't matter which one it is. I think Indiana Jones would make more sense to come out during the holidays because we usually get the indie movies show, on TV and stuff like that during the holidays. So that kind of ties in with the whole hype of it. But the other two can fall into January, no problem. But one of them should go in. the game, the game wars are starting. The game wars are starting. All right, all right, all right, all right. You know what, chat? You know what, chat? We're gonna do this. We're doing this. We're gonna start a poll because I can do a poll. We got Stalker 2, Avowed, Indiana Jones. What's that, chat? Dubs needs banning. I knew it. I knew it. Hey, Zrogdal. Let's start that poll. Dubs, I think I should finish Gollum first. I'll set up a Friday stream for that. I will set up a Friday stream. We will finish Kong first. And if we finish it early, then I'll switch to Gollum. That game murdered my PC though, just so you know. I got a 3090 Ti, 12900 i9 CPU. I got 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM. And Gollum made my PC cry because it was so technologically advanced that it made everything else around it pale in comparison. That game is so graphically amazing that you do not understand how much pressure it put my PC under. How is Golem? Nightmare fuel. It is nightmare fuel. Honestly, it's still better than Kong though. If these guys made me play both and I still have to go back to it, they're also gonna make me play a game between Quantum Error and The Walking Dead. So that should be fun. Although I refuse to buy Quantum Error brand new, and giving the devs any money, I'll go buy that second hand. Well, John, that is a-okay. You don't have to see me crying and weeping and genuinely losing my mind. Because I don't think anyone that's watching me playing Gollum or Kong is actually watching me playing Kong. They're watching me slowly but surely, descend into madness like I did last time. Like with Kong, I lost my absolute mind. That game is so shit that I shit you not. Shit is definitely better. And I'm saying a lot of shit here just to emphasize the word shit. So there's no mistaking when something is absolutely shit. Pong is in a league of its own when it comes to being shit. E.T. came along and said, I'm the worst game in the world. And then Kong came along and said, hold my beer. And took its title. I still have therapy sessions after playing that game. Things did not go well. All I'm saying, things did not end well. Sappho, I can see that happen. Nah, I reckon Jeff's Game of the Year is going to be Stellar Blade. It's going to be between Stellar Blade and I guess Concord. Unless Astrobot actually makes it into the equation, and if it does, then Astrobot will win it. It doesn't matter how good an Xbox game is, it'll be totally irrelevant. John, that's the one. And that game is beyond shit too. There was only 4 shit games released that year. There was Kong, Gollum, The Walking Dead, and Quantum Error, I think it was called. Not Quantum Break, that's the good game. If you haven't played Quantum Break, you absolutely should. Asmongold made a funny joke about Concord. He said it's so shit that the bright side is and he will have pay people to play it. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. That game is so bland, but Marvel Rivals, good game. We streamed it yesterday. I think everyone that was there had fun me playing it, even though I was half awake. It's still a good game. Do you know what's another good game? Dungeons of Hinterberg. I've started that. I played it a little bit on stream, and I think we've got like 3-4 dungeons in. Good game. I don't like the story. Too much too wish-washy for me, but the dungeons were fun. No way. Is that for real? No way. Nah, you gotta be kidding me. Man. That's gonna be me. It's going to get that one blip. Someone's gonna take a screenshot of it too. Current players 1. And then that's gonna be branded everywhere. It was that dude that's me playing it. He's the one person. Gonna see me featured on IGN, Eurogamer, everywhere. Oh. Yeah, Indiana Jones. I didn't think people would want to go to January. It doesn't make sense. That's a proper holiday game. But Stalker 2 being pushed out seems to be the number one choice. And that's why it's not going to happen. You know that. I know that. Everyone knows that. Let's see if there's any points that you guys want to talk about in thing. Hey, PS5 Bloods, how's it going? How's it going, buddy? So this game is quite big, right? This game is important because this could actually be the first gacha game that appears on Xbox. That's awesome to hear, PS5 Blows. Awesome to hear. This could be the first gacha game that potentially could appear on Xbox because of Sega's relationship with Xbox being really good. So hopefully there will be some good news coming from this. Fun fact, one of the characters in here is already in a collaboration with Tower of Fantasy. I don't know which one it would be from those three, though. I don't think it would be any of them. I think that's going to be the MC. That looks like the MC anyway. But this should be interesting. If it actually comes onto Xbox and people support it, it will turn heads. It will make other, CN creators turn around and go, do you know what? There's actually a market here. And the good thing about this is that these games, for all the trolling and memeing and what everyone says about Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves and whatnot, they sell platforms. They sell platforms. Mobile phones, these games are becoming more and more demanding to mobile phones, so having a form of console to be able to play them on is more and more becoming the preferred method, or PC, and they shift. So if Xbox can get any form of exclusivity or even just jumping in the bandwagon with people wanting to play this sort of game, this could actually be really, really big for Xbox in terms of just shifting raw consoles. Why do Hoyo games skip Xbox? There's a good reason for that, anime. Hey, Sanchez, how's it going? Yeah, not the Switch. The Switch ain't gonna get it. The Switch 2 will. But there's a good reason why Hoyo skips Xbox. Number one, Hoyoverse went to Microsoft and said, hey, would you like Genshin Impact? This is our brand new game. It's an open world gacha game. And Microsoft said, nah, the game ain't going to do well. There's no prospect of it making money. So we're not going to fund it or support it and put it on our console. And then they said, oh, okay. And then they went over to PlayStation and said, hey, Sony, my best buddy, how do you feel about investing in us? We'll make you a lot of money. And then Sony said, you know what? We take risks all the time. Why not? With the exception that the Switch and Xbox version get cancelled. Hoyo then turned around and said, no problem, bro. I got you. And that's how the relationship between Hoyo and Sony began. That's pretty much in a TLDR nutshell. And that's not a joke. That's pretty much genuine, on average, how it went. What's Hoyo games? Genshin Impact, Zenith's Zero, Honkai Star Rail, Honkai Impact Third, which has gone into its second season now, or second sequel, I guess. But they make games that make hundreds and hundreds of millions a month. So they make way more money than any console game you can think of. So I actually went on a downloading spree on Xbox as well. Downloaded a whole bunch of games. I'm thinking one weekend maybe I could just sit down on a lengthy stream, and then we could just go through some games. Does that Neon White I downloaded? I downloaded Flintlock, Bubble Bubble, which I purchased. We can play that. If anyone else has purchased it, we can do multiplayer on that. So that'd be kind of cool. Um, Unfortunately, there's a game I'm going to talk about in a minute. I can't stream that because of NDA. Marvel Rivals, if anyone's got it, I was streaming it yesterday. The Xbox Series X version, flawless by the way. Game ran perfectly. I've done a couple of other smaller ones like Dungeons the Hinterberg and whatnot. So, if you guys are interested in something like that over at Twitch on a weekend, this weekend is going to be impossible, but probably for the following weekend, we can definitely try and make that happen. I can set a day aside and we could just sit down and start gaming. Though my time zone and your time zone might not mix, but we'll try and do it, get it at a time that works for you all. Yeah, anime. Xbox was offered it first, and they said no. I think that's the story of Xbox's life, really. That's something that they seem to be that they do really well. They have zero anticipation of any game being good. They don't take risks at all. GTA 3, which admittedly was a huge risk because it hadn't proved itself. Xbox was offered marketing rights for that and exclusivity. They turned it down, and Sony got the marketing rights. We saw what happened with the PS3 on that one. Uh, Microsoft was offered Spider-Man first. They turned it down because they didn't have studios at the time that could actually make the game. Even though they could have given it to Insomniac Games and done it that way, they decided that they didn't want to work with Insomniac anymore and told Insomniac to go away. That didn't end well either. Hoyoverse is another one that they turned away. And they seem to keep on doing this and not learning from those mistakes. And they kind of need to start learning from these, mistakes that have cost them well over 100 million. Well, at this point, billions, right? They've lost billions in revenue. Obviously, hindsight is a wonderful thing. I'm just saying that at some point they need to start taking a bit of a risk when it comes to these projects. If they see that there's even a semblance that it can go viral, they should probably look into it. All right, J. Cola, the question is, did you get Chung Li? And if you play Wuthering Waves, definitely check out my other channel. My kid is covering a lot of Wuwa content at the moment. We're covering Wuwa and NTE content. The other games aren't that appealing unless people want to see Snowbreak, but I really doubt people want to see Snowbreak on there. But if you are into Wuwa, then you might want to check that my other channel out, Chaos Lounge Gaming, on YouTube, where we cover a lot of Wuwa content, from Shoot Your Pull to news, leaks, the works. Shameless plug. I know, but you know what? I could do it, and I can get away with it. Is Flintlock any good? I heard it flopped because of it being tied to SBI. I don't know why it flopped. It probably could have flopped because of SBI. But outside of the character, there's really enough. From what I've heard from people playing it, there is not even a single dialogue out of turn that would indicate anything SBI related. It's just that the main character's black, I think, and that instantly becomes SBI. If you haven't heard, the whole DEI gang, Cabrustus, whatever that idiot's name is, he's now going after GTA because it has a female lead, saying that it's filled with DEI and that they should basically not support it and not buy it. I want to see how that's going to end. Unfortunately, they don't. Hey, look, I actually really enjoy Snowbreak for what it is. It's a good, fun game. You know, outside of all the fan service, there's a fun game underneath there. I think it needs games from every culture, right? Just saying no Japanese games, you're excluding a whole market, and you don't want to do that. Because if you exclude them, then they don't release their games, and people that want those games, well, they go elsewhere, and then that reduces the number of consoles you sell, and you don't want that either. Why don't they just play these games seriously? Take a look at them, they brush them off, and look at what happens. I mean, a Microsoft spokesperson said that financially, turning Hoyoverse away was one of the biggest mistakes Xbox has ever done. So that pretty much tells you how much they regret that decision. They said financially, revenue wise, turning Genshin Impact away was one of the biggest financial mistakes Xbox has ever done, because it just shits money, right? The Just on the mobile side, it makes like between 50 and 100 million a month, and it doesn't slow down. Depending on how much fan service there is on the character, it depends how much money it's going to get. But yeah, it's Drogdle. It's a female male duo, but they are now now they're going after GTA to cancel it because they don't want a female protagonist being the main character. It's stupid. It's such reason. Hmm. Flintlock is like Forspoken with Souls elements. It gets better when you unlock more abilities, but it's brutal at times. They're going to try and be. See, now Flint, Sanchez, that actually has me interested. The moment you tell me it's like Forspoken, now you've got my interest. Now you've got me interested. Because I think Forspoken is a really good game. It got ridiculed for the wrong reasons, but underneath it, there was a really good game. It's a 7 out of 10 for me because of certain issues that, were a problem. Like one of the ones you named here, you know, unlocking more abilities makes the game better, but the best abilities come way too late in the game. Way, way, way too late in the game. And for that reason, it loses a lot of points. And the final boss sucks. Plain and simple. The final boss battle is one of the worst bosses I've ever fought in my life. It's just so badly designed. So it lost another point for that. Easy point. But it was a good game. But it still looks like they haven't learned anything because they're too stingy to give their even market their console. Okay, Animate, there's actually 2 points to this. I actually work in the marketing. Well, I work in a digital agency, so we do a lot of marketing for companies. And well, I've already said it anyway. Microsoft is one of our clients, which is why I'm not going to say where I work because that would be revealing. That would probably get me in trouble. But anyway, what Microsoft is one of our clients, and over the years, we've seen their marketing budget slashed continuously. And when we've spoken to them in the past, in terms of just like raw advertising with website takeovers, banners, emails, all sorts of social media stuff, the biggest thing that they've come back with is that the return of investment has been almost zero with those marketing approaches. And so that basically means that because of stuff like ad block that pretty much blocks out all form of ads on a website, they pay hundreds of, over £100,000 at times for banners. And if you're using an ad block, they've just wasted their money. And because people are using ad block and they're aware of it, the return just isn't there. The reach isn't there. They know that they're not going to reach as many people as they want. The core audience that they want to reach through this advertising campaign isn't going to meet the people that they're targeting, because those people are tech savvy and already know how to use ad block. So going through any of those normal means of old archaic ways of advertising just doesn't really work anymore. Now, of course, you can put them on billboards and on the side of buses as it goes around, and you get some form of awareness that way if you're actually seeing it. But in terms of stuff that is going to be online in your face, there for you, the old way of marketing just doesn't work anymore. You need to do something extravagant, flamboyant, something that's going to get people talking about it and you remembering it. You know, recently when Final Fantasy XIV was about to launch, they went to Charing Cross in London and they erected a aetheryte, the teleport crystal, in Charing Cross for a day. And you could go and take photos, and you had a whole bunch of people go there. You know, it was almost like a fan meetup because everyone was excited. They all went there to take photos. People traveled from halfway across the country just so they could take a photo with the aetheryte there. But it got people talking, it got the media reporting on it. That is the sort of advertising that Microsoft needs to do. And that costs a lot of money. A lot of money. Now, the problem with that is if you don't hit the mark, you've just wasted $250,000, $500,000, even $1 million. And at this point, they need to make sure that the game that they're doing it for is going to be worth it. Hellblade 2 isn't that game. That game is too niche for them to even bother with. It was super niche. The base game of Hellblade 1, I think sold 1 million units after like 4 years. Or was it 2 years? Something like that. But that was after it was available on all platforms: Xbox, PlayStation, PC. And it only sold 1 million units. So Hellblade 2 was never expected to be, a console seller or a Game Pass seller. What it was supposed to do is outline and show the capabilities of the console. And that's why Microsoft, in my opinion, have already greenlit, you know, other projects for Ninja Theory. But if when we get like the likes of Gears coming along, Call of Duty coming along, you're gonna see Halo. That's when you're gonna see the real big advertising. Outside of those real big, huge franchises, they're not gonna do anything that's gonna be a bigger risk than it already is. And like I said, the old school way of advertising just doesn't work. It's a waste of money, and more people are realizing this, which is why they don't do it. Like I'm working for a banner campaign at the moment, and for another client, not Microsoft, and they want, I think it's like 15,000 banners that I'm QAing at the moment. A lot of banners, and it's a waste of time. Ultimately, it's a waste of time. They're wasting their money, they're wasting their resources, because the moment you have ad block on your machine, those 15,000 banners have gone to a waste. So they need, actual external, marketing campaigns that will get people intrigued, interested, and talking about the brand. Because at that point, when someone turns around and goes, "Oh man, do you remember that advert, that campaign that happened, that thing that happened in Charing Cross?" And people talk about it. And that's how it works. Flintlock seems solid. I've got 2 more dungeons on Hitterberg. And then you got. How long has it taken you, Slightly Handsome Jack? I'm actually curious. And where is the dog? Seriously, where's the dog? I can't find him. I've gone round the whole town. The dog is not there. Where is the dog? Or is the dog in the field? I cannot find the dog. Because the dog finds and unlocks hidden dungeons, right? And I can't find him. Starting to self-cannibalize Genshin's revenue with. Well, ZZZ is never going to compete. Is never going to encroach Genshin and Honkai Star Rail. ZZZ is aimed at the audience that isn't Genshin and Honkai Star Rail. It was never supposed to, get the audience that is Genshin a thing. And I see a lot of content creators jumping about and running about and saying, "Oh, this and that," and they're going into their petty feud wars for no goddamn reason. But Zenithzone Zero was always aimed at the market that didn't want to play Genshin or Honkai Star Rail. Hoyoverse wants to control the whole sphere when it comes to gacha gaming. They want to have a game in every single category that there is, so they can say, if you want to play a gacha game, you come to Hoyoverse, we've got you covered. But people are looking at Zenithzone Zero in the complete wrong context. It's never supposed to compete with the others, and it never will compete with the others because it's too niche of a game. Now, Honkai Star Rail, that blew up way more than Genshin because it has an end game. Genshin doesn't have an end game. Genshin is just a story. You've got a bit of combat here and bosses there, a bit of farming, but ultimately it's a open world exploration story game. And if that doesn't appeal to you, you're just not going to enjoy it. I think this generation has lost cause for Xbox. They're probably gearing up for the next. See, I think we had this discussion before, Arthur, and I think I told you as well. This generation is pretty much a whitewash for Xbox. There's not much real comeback for them. What they need to do this generation, especially with the next Xbox coming in a year and a half, is from this point forward, build that momentum. Get those games out, get the popularity. You may sell a few consoles here and, shift another 5 million, 10 million. It's going to be interesting when COD drops because that's going to be the key thing for Microsoft to see if this is working. Because they're expecting 10, 15 million console sales and Game Pass subscriptions once COD drops. But what you want to do right now is build that momentum all the way up to fever pitch. And when the next Xbox lands, everyone wants one. They won't care about the problems that the Xbox One had, which pretty much went over to the Series X. All they're going to be thinking about is all those great games that keep on coming to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. And that will pretty much push them to buy a console. Why don't they do it like Sony? You mean their flamboyant advertising? They haven't released a big game. What big game have they released? The announcement of Black Ops 6, they already had that everywhere. In London, they replaced the newspaper's front cover. It was all Black Ops. It was everywhere. Everyone was talking about Black Ops. Right? They need a big game to do it with. Is Avowed a big game? Not so sure. Is Indiana Jones that big game? Not so sure. They're good games, but are they colossal games? Like when you think of when you think of brands, I know Halo has had a really bad going over the past few iterations, but the brand is still there. When you think of games like Doom, it's got a cult following, and it's a big game, but is it a colossal game? You want those colossal brands to be doing that, and games like Gears, games like Halo, Call of Duty are the colossal brands. Now, if they actually get World of Warcraft onto the console, that's another colossal brand that they can go out and advertise with. But it needs to be a brand that is so big that everyone and your grandma knows about. So when people are actually talking about it, they're talking about it with Xbox in mind, and that sways perception. I mean, it is bad. It is really bad at the moment. Oh god, GamesCube was that would work as well, yeah. It just gets the name out there. See, I've said this as well, Jack. I've actually said this as well, that this will be the biggest game changer. But it's also dependent on how many people are actually adopting cloud, right? Now, if they've got like 20 million people, 30 million, 50, well, I don't even think 20 million is enough. But if they've got like, 50 million people adopting the cloud, or 40 million adopting the cloud, and then Capcom turn around and go, Xbox only has 30 million consoles, but they've got like 50 million Game Pass Ultimate subscribers. And any one of those can buy the game and play it on the cloud. At that point, releasing every third party game on Xbox becomes appealing. Instantly. For a publisher, it instantly becomes appealing. Because now the console isn't the big boy. The cloud is, because that's 50 million customers. Because as soon as they buy the game, it's on the cloud ready for them to play. And it doesn't matter what platform or what browser or what TV they're on. They're buying the Xbox version to play it through the cloud. That is a game changer, and that is going to be big if they actually pull the licensing agreements off. There's a lot of licensing agreements for that. Xbox should get once human console exclusivity. Oh, I heard once human and I started yawning. I think it's a sign, Sanchez. I think it's a sign. I think it's a sign. A lot of the adverts we did in the UK was banner, website takeover, and emails. I can tell you that for a fact. That's what it was. We did a few other little bits and bobs. We had some really cool ideas for other stuff, but ultimately they got shut down because they were stupid at the same time. But you know, it's ultimately part of the reason. I think if the game is big anime, they will take it. Hey, Diablo, how's it going? Do you know we could collectively save more money by blocking all online ads by not having to process and load said ads? Yeah, because of the bandwidth. You save on the bandwidth. I don't know. That seems a bit weird. It should do. They should have stuff there, but I don't know if it's gonna rake it in. It would be best to delay Stalker 2 to Jan Feb, anticipating further delays. That leaves a big RPG in November, indie in December, Flight Simulator in November, COD in October. Yeah, Flight Simulator is an anomaly. that can release whenever it wants, because anyone interested in Flight Simulator is gonna be interested in Flight Simulator, and that is such a niche targeted market. Oh, I'm not saying it's bad, right? I'm not saying it's bad, right? I'm not saying it's bad, but look, chat. I'm gonna show you something, right? When I say there is nightmare fuel in that game, you don't understand, right? Right. Sorry about that. Let's do this. Where is it? Okay. Let's share the tab. When you got stuff like this, right? So they tease you, right? They tease you. They tease you with a nice silhouette, with a sexy woman, pretty much singing a nice lullaby to you. They're luring you in, and you're all excited about what's about to come out. And she wants you to be quiet. And it's Shazam! And then they present you with this shit. And at this point, you look at that and you remember that there's this random dude that you don't know who the fuck they are, but they need some medical support, so you're off to help them. And you tell this when I see you later. Right? That's what happens. That's what happens with that. That is what happens with that one. Right? At that point, when you see that shit coming towards you, you quickly remember that there was that random dude that you don't even know exists somewhere in the far distance, halfway across the continent, that actually needs medical supplies. And you're like, do you know what? I would stay and fight you, but there's that dude over there that may or may not still be there. I need to get these imaginary supplies over there, and then you leg it and you just you never come back, right? You can fix her. Good luck, anime. Yeah, it's just like what can I say? They have their charm. Cause your vid hate bugs. But yeah, just sent you something on Discord, Chaos. Oh, what did you send? What did you send, Tasman? What's this? What are you sending me, Tess? What are you doing, Tess? SAG-AFTRA has initiated a strike against the video game industry. Who the hell is SAG-AFTRA? Affected companies include Disney, no one cares, Activision, Insomniac, Electronic Arts, and Warner Bros. Well, they're not making any. Well, they're making a game. They're not really making anything. No one cares. Electronic Arts, no one cares. And Warner Bros. Well, are they actually in? What ain't they doing the DLC for Suicide Squad? So no one cares. This could possibly lead to some game delays in the future. What is SAG-AFTRA? Someone is Screen Actors Guild. So why would that affect the game industry? I'm confused. make praying mantis. See, praying mantis, that works. Because if we have the praying mantis, then I can plug my controller into controller port 2, and then he won't be able to read my mind. And then I can whoop its ass. See if anyone gets that reference. Hey, welcome back, Terry. Oh, voice actors? So what's happened with this anyway? What's the big deal? Why are voice actors getting upset? This hasn't got anything to do with Snowbreak, has it? Where they're looking at AI for voice acting. Really, chat? No one gets them. No one got the reference at all. I'm disappointed. To give you an indication, the boss wasn't called Praying Mantis, but it did have the word mantis in there. There you go. The Duck of Death got it in one go. I was almost worried there. There you go. That was such a great boss battle. Quick Snake, put the controller into port 2. You're like, the fuck you talking about? Plug it into controller port 2 and then he can't read your mind and then you can beat the crap out of him. That was probably one of the greatest moments I'll ever remember in gaming. That blew my mind. Hey, Stage 1X. Will there be a PS5 Pro this year? Honestly, I think there will be for Christmas. I think it will land at Christmas. And it's going to land at Christmas deliberately to try and destabilize Xbox's releases for Avowed, Indiana Jones, and Call of Duty. Zrogdul, I know. I didn't want to say anything. I didn't. But your punishment will be to go and play Azure Lane. I think that's a fitting punishment for you. But I think end of, by for Christmas, Sanchez, I think that's when it's going to be. Oh, really? Stage 1X? I'm sure after you've played Azure Lane, your memory will be as sweet as ever. But hey, apparently I heard the plot is really good. I'm not just trolling. I've heard the story in that game is actually really damn good. If you can get that far. That's a big if. Call of Duty has generated 15 billion in revenue. The actors performing in CoD games receive 0.03% of that, which is 4.5 million. Probably the reason for the strike. I think the reason for the strike is probably AI related, right? More than the actual thing. I think they should definitely get more than 0.03%. Sorry, I'm hitting the mic accidentally. But I think AI is part of the reason. Even though there's no such thing as AI, the industry still pushes AI. AI is fake. It doesn't exist. and we're all living in this buzzworld society where everyone thinks we live in an AI driven world when AI doesn't exist. But Arden, AI doesn't exist. Imagine a Bloodborne remaster or remake for the dude. If they actually did that and kept it under wraps all this time and said Bloodborne PS5 Pro go, I'd that that'd be big. I actually would want to see what would happen. I mean, Diablo, can you for 100% say it's not real? That's my question. It's just so much more marketable. Language learning machine. Well, yeah, of course. Astrobot has a good backstory, also where you have to save the princess. I can relate to that. Wait. Sanchez, you don't have a brother called Luigi, do you? So is the PS5 Pro being bundled with Concord? I think it's really weird because, you know, you're saying that as a joke. Why so serious? And I know you are, right? I know you are. But when they are doing this, I'm worried. They are going all in on Concord. Sony are going all in. They're not fucking around. They are going all in. They genuinely believe that this game is going to be it. This is lit. They believe that this is going to save them. Sony haven't got a freaking clue what they're doing with the live service market, but they believe that this is the one that's going to save them. I mean, Diablo, there is no AI, right? For any, I mean, how many in chat actually believe that AI? We have AI right now. I'm gonna put a poll up because I like polls. The old poll should be dead by now. Stalker 2 is just hit 60%. Start a poll. How many people voted? 62, not bad. Do we have AI? Yes or no question. Go. I mean, what do you believe AI is, Edward? I mean, that is like, why would they even do this? Chat. I got it. I got it. This is for Jay Bari. They clearly saw his tweets and think that, they're making it specifically for Jay Bari. I mean, Duck of Death. Isn't that what AI is? It's artificial intelligence. That is literally the understanding of AI. AI is self-learning. It can think for itself. That is what AI is. Right now, we do not have AI. There is no such thing out there right now that is AI. Yeah, this is. I think that they actually made this for Jay Bari. They're gonna ship this to him personally. I mean, Edward, to a certain degree, right? What's the difference between AI and automated testing? Both of them run off a script. One uses an algorithm to perform its functions. Remove the algorithm, and it's a dead construct. Remove the remove the script from an automated test that runs machines and everything else to precision, and it's a dead test. They're just tools running a set of rules. With what we have here with LLM is basically, it just has access to the world library, so it goes and looks and sees what other people have done and just imitates it, but it can't learn anything new. If you don't feed it new information, it can't provide you with new information. If you provide it with a question that it simply cannot answer because it doesn't have that information on the web, it cannot answer it. AI would be able to answer it. It would be able to think on the spot and decide for itself. Of course, I'm not saying that's a good thing because we've all seen how Terminator ends and no one wants to be in that world. So maybe not having true AI is actually a blessing. Because I don't know about you guys, but I'm not in the market for a T1000 to come over to me or a T800 to come and start terminating me thinking I'm John Connor. Just saying, just putting it out there. I've also seen Battlestar Galactica and I see how that ends as well when toasters decide to become sentient. Just saying. The quartering? Isn't that dude that just talks all the time and does nothing else about political stuff? I think I've seen him twice. And only because Taz sent me the links. So I'm blaming him for that one totally. But no, I don't watch him. I think he's a bit too crazy for me, honestly. But it's like in this situation here, right? With the whole breaking news, this whole SAG AFTRA, right? I'm gonna go back to a game that I was talking about earlier, where there's a lot of fan service in there, and I do mean a lot of fan service. It's a mobile game that's available on PCs. It's called Snowbreak, and the English voice actors all walked out saying that they were not prepared to voice act for this game anymore. And the publisher has sought two different agencies to try and get English voice actors, and has resulted with no one wanting to voice act during the story cutscenes and the missions at the very least. And so they are turning to AI to potentially voice over for the English voices. Is that a bad thing? Serious. It is basically a glorified search engine, yes. It searches and then creates it. Why do you think that there's separate apps for it? You've got the Sora app which does videos, you've got the Chat GPT which asks questions, you've got Midsummer which does the artwork. They're all separate programs, they're all separate algorithms, they're all separate engines to do specific instructions, specific tasks. If it was AI, it would be one program that could do everything in one, and it would self learn. It wouldn't need to for you to input what it needs to do. The stuff that you input would just be the kind of, the kind of jump start it needs to get all that information in its circuits, in its brain, if you want to call it that. And then it would be learning as society moves on and it makes its own decisions. Devastator, it is Someone said it earlier. I forgot already. Something about Actors Guild, I think. Something about Actors Guild. Voice Actors Guild. Nope. Screen Actors Guild. And they do voice acting as well. So that's so you say what's their problem with Snowbreak? It's a so the company basically came out as a mobile game. They made a military shooter. It didn't do very well, and so they decided to go full fan service with the female characters. And then the game went from making $10 a month to 5-10 million bucks a month. And then the publishers were like, "Hey, we like money, so we're going to continue doing what we did here because it makes money and we like money. And 10 million is better than $10." And the voice actors basically didn't like the direction the game was going, and that's fair, right? If you don't like it and you don't want to do it, it's up to you. You've got the right to turn around and say no. But if they cannot find people to do the job, should they not? If they decided to turn to AI to do the English voiceovers, is that a bad thing? That's my question. And go check out Snowbreak. You'll find out. I know, right? So why so serious? You think it's a bad thing. So why do you think it's a bad thing? Sorry if you can hear my kids upstairs. They're all kind of messing about upstairs with their mum. So apologies in advance if you can hear any blowback. Let me know if it's too loud or if it's not so loud, or if you can't hear it, even better. But do let me know. See, the problem is with games, they kind of need to go to an agency, and that agency then recommends people. There's a process, there's a system that you have to go through in order to be able to employ people, because companies in the past have exploited freelance voice actors. So now there's rules in place to try and safeguard against that. So you kind of have to go to PR agencies to actually put you through to the right people, to the right agencies. And they've been trying and have been unsuccessful. So using AI, is that a bad thing? Me personally, I say no. I don't think it is a bad thing. Oh, okay. That's okay then, serious. Now we don't have to get serious. I mean, apparently recently, there's been some layoffs in a company. I can't remember which one it was, but everyone's going ballistic because they're using AI to aid the developers in doing their job. But obviously, because they're using AI to aid them to do their job, they're actually getting the job done a hell of a lot faster and more efficiently. So they've cut back on a few staff, and people have absolutely gone ballistic. Voice changes sometimes, and it makes them sound almost exactly like the character they set it up for. Yeah, I've been trying to find one for Johnny Depp. So when I get like a 5 gifted subs, when I wear my pirate hat and my pirate dreadlocks and hair stuff and whatnot, I can actually switch my voice actor on and sound like Johnny Depp, but Captain Jack Sparrow. But I cannot, for the life of me, find anything that can actually do that. So if you can help with that, that'd be kind of cool. I have not played the Fallout London mod, no. But yeah, I'm going to end this AI talk with one final thing. Are there any programmers in this chat right now, actual programmers that know how to program, that use programmed, coding development tools? I'm not going to ask you to do anything or anything specific. It's more around the tools that you use on a day-to-day basis. I just have a simple question. Are there any programmers, coders in the chat right now? Sort of. Woodstar, AI will 100% aid in bringing down development time. Right. So when you are building a website or you are, coding in general, do you write everything from scratch, or does the tool that you're using autofill a lot of the stuff in for you? Obviously, you still need to know what you're doing. You still need to understand the syntax and whatnot. But when you're putting that into the console that you're using to code in, is it auto completing the stuff for you quite a bit at a time to save you time from having to manually write everything out? That's the question. And for those of you that are in what is it? Adobe Premiere, that use, Adobe tools. When you're making a video and you've got that person's image or something on screen that you have blowing up or going back down, or moving along, with tracing the person movements, do you manually code each X and Y axis yourself, or are you just using a GUI in a sense, which automatically does all the calculations for you, and you're just moving a little cursor around the screen and putting the key stamps in there? The point I'm making here is that this whole notion of AI has existed for a long time. It's not because it's, they've renamed it as AI, but essentially we've been using tools that have been aiding and supporting people for a long time. Coders have been using these for ages. Creative people have been using these for ages. They don't, the creatives don't sit there for hours typing in the exact X and Y axis and movement of the actual icon on screen, telling it that on this timestamp it needs to move here and moving it. No, it's all done automatically uh, in the background. You don't do anything. You just move the cursors around and it becomes easy for you. So this whole notion that AI is new and all of this, it's not. It's just a buzzword that people use to kind of make people believe that it's something really cool, new, and exciting when it actually isn't. It's just a business term to make money. Sanchez, it is. But through synthesizers and tools, you can do that anyway. AI just does all of that, what you're doing there, faster. What they've got there to do, that they're calling AI, just basically does all the manual work for you. Just like Adobe Premiere does all the manual work for you. Just like your coding console does all the manual work for you. And you're just putting in, you type the first letter of the syntax and press tab, and it puts the whole of the syntax in, and then you just fill in the missing points. Pretty much, Brick. Pretty much. Pretty much. By the way, Brick, since you're talking about if statements, the contact us form that we had someone offshore build for us had over 300 if statements. I'll let that sink in for a little bit. Over 300 if statements were a contact us form. And a contact us form is pretty simple. But New World, as we move on to the next topic, and Brick has finally had a meltdown with the 300 if statements, there is a kind of top secret, hidden console beta, New World Aeternum. It went live today. I still need to download it. If you are an Xbox insider on your console, I think it might apply to PC as well. I haven't checked. Go to the Insider app. If you are a member, then you can actually download the game and check it out. You cannot stream it. You cannot talk about it. You cannot discuss it with anyone outside. There's special forums and stuff for you to be able to talk to people. So don't do any of that because you're going to sign a strict NDA that prevents you, and you can get into serious legal trouble if you do talk about it. So it ain't worth it for the 5 minutes of fame that you might get. But if you're interested, I can. Well, this is just leading to this over here, which is telling you what you can and cannot do and what you can test. But go to the Xbox Insider app on your console and try and sign up. I want to talk to you. Mate, that contact us form breaks on a weekly basis. I'm not even joking. But yes, New World, basically, from what I understand, the original vision of New World failed. It failed badly. And so they are basically redoing it, calling it New World Aeternum. And this is basically a redoing of the original game. I guess people are going to keep their stuff and levels because they're going to migrate to this one. But this is the new version of the game coming. Anyone interested in this game? Anyone excited for it? And Diablo, I would block him and move on. Unfortunately, I don't know what his Twitter account is. But I am going to add him to the block list on YouTube. Oh. Don't you love it when a pony decides to come at you and a pony goes and shuts this dude down? Oh, that's brilliant. That's fucking brilliant. I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, I'll give it a try. I remember trying the original New World and I wasn't a big fan, especially because it didn't really have controller support. Games need to come with controller support. I'm sorry. I am a controller pleb. Welcome as I think you moved on. I would recommend you look into AI Hype Machine. Susano, I will. Because I'm quite intrigued in this sort of stuff. And, you know, I usually like the way people at work especially go crazy about AI, and when I ask them what it is and they can't break it down, and then they try to break it down and they can't actually define it because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. All they know is AI, yay, and then they look really stupid when you start questioning them. That's my favorite part of the day. Wait, I actually forgot about the poll. Wait, you 67% of you, even after what I've just said, what we've discussed, still believe that we have AI. Dudes, we don't have AI. It doesn't exist. Artificial intelligence, self-learning does not exist. Skynet is not here yet. And for good reason, I hope it never does get here, because if it does, we as humans will lose. Machines always win. Have you not seen a single movie out there? You're saying. Nice. I'm gonna download it overnight because please don't talk about New World and break the rules. Oh, I'm not breaking any rules. I'm literally just talking about what is public knowledge. Anything in game, I'm not gonna touch. Sanchez. I'm very, very careful when it comes to NDAs. I'm very respectful of NDAs. This is a public post that they've done. So I'm only talking about the confines of the public post that they've done and what they've posted on their own thread. So it's not anything that I'm doing that's not in the public domain. But do you guys know of a dude called Yoko Taro? Devastator, that's called the Borg. That doesn't end well either. If you want a quick history lesson on that, look up Captain Picard. What was his name again? Let me just double check. Picard as Borg. Locatus. Locatus of Borg was his name. Look him up, and you'll see a brief history of how that doesn't end well for anyone. Yes, Nia. See, I've always had great admiration for Yoko Taro. One, because he follows me. Guy's a legend. You know, there's that. And number two, I love the fact that he is so based. So this person here says, at Yoko Taro, my cosplay. And his response is, good to be. My dude is absolutely based. I love the guy. Go. They put a stamp of approval on it. Yoko Taro approved. Official cosplayer, the one himself. And I cannot wait for him to make Nier Automata 3. She was fixed by the end of Discovery, right? This is more of a satire thing, but still, I just love the way that he is so openly. Did you does anyone know why he designed to be like this? So Yoko Taro is the creator of Nier and Nier Automata, the video game. He's the producer. But in an interview, they asked him, why have you designed the 2B the way she is? Don't you think that she's over sexualized? And his response in the interview, and I shit you not, right? This is in an interview. They said, why did you design her the way she is? And his response was, "I like girls." Obviously, that was translation from women to girls, but he basically said, "I like women." And that was it. And they just looked at him and said, "Okay, then, rapidly moving on to the next question." he just he just put them out. He just shut them up instantaneously. I was like, "My dude, what is you are a legend." Cygnus, I did not know that. And that is not going to be the next achievement that I get. Just putting it out there. So, did anyone see this? I don't actually know if this is real, but I guess this explains a lot why PlayStation is winning with their MPD, right? PS5 for only $9.95 at the store. After reviewing our inventory, we are forced to sell the PlayStation 5 console that have been in our warehouses for over 3 years and whose warranty has expired. To avoid penalties from the manufacturer, our store, under the special guidance of Coach Tim, is offering the remaining consoles for only $9.95. Don't miss out on this amazing deal. JJ said he is the alpha male. There is nothing. He is like the. Oh, I did love the collaboration they did with Final Fantasy 14. That was phenomenal. That storyline was so good and so sad as well. That ending at the end broke me in so many ways. Duck of Death, of course he did. He said, "I can't wait to see the cosplay of 2B. I'm excited." I remember that. The media is stupid. If they don't like what they could possibly be the answer, then don't ask the question. I know, right? But yeah, that was funny. Basically, these guys, apparently, according to what they're saying, and I've actually heard this. I don't know if this is actually true, by the way, but I have heard this before. That if you hold on to hardware long enough and it's not sold, there is a penalty or a fine that you have to pay for holding on to the hardware for longer than its intended purpose. I don't know if that's true or not, but I have heard this before, and it's not the first time I'm seeing that. So generally, companies try to offload that hardware, that whatever it is, really quickly to avoid any incoming charges, even if it is at a loss, because at that point, the fines that they're going to get is way more than the loss that they're going to incur by selling the consoles for free. 8K as advertised. I mean, I think it actually has the 8K on there, right? It does right there. You can see it. Let's see if we can blow this image up. Yeah, it's there. Oops. It is. That is the 8K logo. It's in the gold. That doesn't exist anymore. Nice. 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 But do you think this might be the reason why their MPDs are higher than usual? Because no one's buying them and they're having to offload them for like $9.99? Mine too, Diablo. Mine too. Look, Sappho, this has to be real. There isn't a there isn't a spot in my mind that believes this isn't real, because now you've got this. Sony is so desperate to get people onto PS Plus Premium, not even the basic PlayStation Plus or anything like that. They're saying if you buy a PlayStation, you get 3 months of PlayStation Plus. but you have to buy it between this and you have to claim it during that date. But now they're throwing. Remember what they said when they said they're not prepared to give PlayStation Plus away for free because they believe in the value of their service. Now they're throwing months of membership to consumers in hopes that they will buy. If they're not buying it, they're giving it away. What is going on? You see? You see? Sanchez gets it. Sanchez gets it. That's how I know I'm right. Because he gets it. There might be some legal implication why they can't do that. See, I'm gonna go Diablo as well here. They're all agreeing with me, so totally gonna go with them. But yeah, now Sony is getting so desperate that they're throwing uh they're throwing PlayStation Plus memberships, which they said Microsoft was sad for doing, at their consumers. It's all there, folks. It's all there. It's all there. All right. Look, chat. Considering no one is, no one's buying Xbox. No one's buying PlayStation 5s. No one is subscribing to PlayStation Plus Premium, so they're trying to give it away now. Why ain't any of you wishlisting Concord on Steam? Come on. Someone has to make these dudes happy. They need to get their first wish, right? Wish list. So which one of you are going to be it? Which one of you are going to go and become the first person to wish list? And become a public ridicule number one? That's a nice gesture from Susanna, also known as Punkydom, Punkdom, offering to help anyone further their knowledge with AI, fake AI, if they're interested in it. Nail in the coffin for PS Plus after GeForce fully integrates with Xbox. That's going to be big when GeForce integrates, but it's going to happen. But can you imagine not one person is wishlisting Concord? I almost feel sorry for the guys. Like, come on. Someone has to do it. Someone has to be the first. This game also has no battle pass. Now I don't know if that's a smart move or not. Do they genuinely believe that they're going to sell enough copies with the pathetic, dismal display that they had showing with the open beta? I'm not so sure that they're thinking this through. But Edward, the problem with the game is that it looks like Destiny, it feels like Destiny, and it is Destiny in arena mode. And the problem with that is that the developers did it themselves because they are ex Bungie Destiny developers. The gunplay feels like Destiny. The character movements feel like Destiny. The maps are Destiny. They've basically just taken all the best parts of Destiny's PvP, left the worst parts out, the unbalanced shit, and made an arena shooter, which is something I said that they should be doing all along. But this shit shouldn't be paid for. Gem, if they actually release this game at £35, I do think it's going to die very quickly. This game has to go free to play or it's going to fail. I can't see it succeeding. They've already locked out one of the biggest multiplayer consoles, out there right now, which is the Xbox console. No matter what people want to say, the Xbox fandom love their multiplayer games, love their live service games. They love their bro games. So, games like Helldivers is literally perfect for Xbox. Games like this, where you got the Overwatch crowd, you got your Apex crowd. This could potentially fit into Xbox's ecosystem quite nicely if it was free to play. But it needs to be free to play. If it's not, you're already putting a barrier to entry. Ain't no one going to pay for that shit. Destiny is not a bad model to follow. The problem with Destiny's PvP isn't the PvP itself. The PvP itself and the gunplay is actually pretty damn good. The problem with Destiny is the fact that it's an unbalanced pile of shit. You go in there and someone who's been playing for God knows how long has like a a button a weapon that you press the red button and everyone dies. You can't even get remotely close to them around the map before they press the red button and everyone dies. That's pretty much the problem Destiny has. It's ridiculously unbalanced and there is no way to balance it. Arena PvP, however, gives you a set weapon. You can't change it, so it becomes a lot more easier to balance. And that's what they have here. They have cheap knockoffs of Guardians of the Galaxy characters and whatnot. And if you look at the characters going all the way through, they're just cheap knockoffs of other franchise characters put into it. There isn't even any originality in the game to say, hey, this is something that is absolutely original. Characters are taken from other franchises and other series. The maps are taken from another game. The character controls and abilities are generally taken from another game. So there's nothing here that actually is Concord. Everything is just a cheap imitation, and oh my god, you stink. Where is the Febreze? What? You cannot smell that? Mate, that is rank. I'm about to die. Literally die. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. They're dying too. Oreo. Next up over there, it's his box. Yeah, and that's right around the room. No, no, it's straight close around here, man. Like literally. No, that's around my PC, just around here. I don't even care if you spray me at this point. Yeah, that's better. My god, that cat, absolutely. I don't know what the fuck he's eating. But That ain't even mashallah, mate. That's boot straight out the house territory. Bloody Jesus. Is that really how it went? Oh, mate, that cat strikes again. Damn right, Devin. Damn right. They told AI to make a great gas game, and it gave them watch with Destiny Clone. Oh God, that was bad. And they're like, "Oh, we can't smell anything." As soon as I open the door, I'm dying. But look, there is an unbiased thing out there that's holding the it's holding the line for Concord. Over the course of the beta weekend, Concord was already shaping up to be a heavyweight hero shooter we could easily see competing with the genre's giants. I don't know, man. I don't know. $10 million is just a crossroad? I mean, Julia, you're not wrong. Let's see. Yeah, I couldn't believe that when I read that. I could not believe that when I read that. There was no way, no shot, no chance. Sandra, it's going to get periodic updates. Cygnus, I'm not sure they're hitting that milestone that you're saying. $30 million units is a lot of copies. Now, admittedly, all I have to go by is the wiki page that I look at here. I'm not going to look at the stupid numbers in terms of units sold, but if we're going down, I'm not seeing anything outside of Nintendo games, and mainly it is Nintendo games and GTA and the FIFAs that are like, what is it? Like down to 24 million units sold. You got Hogwarts Legacy, but I'm not seeing anything from Sony in here. Sandra, it is just the one of $40. I mean, this may not have been updated in a long time, so I'm not going to say this is 100% accurate. I'm just not seeing the actual. This applies to Xbox as well. Obviously, now with ABK they've purchased, they've got a bunch of games in there. But in terms of like raw Xbox games, outside of I think Connect, there's not much there. But like Astro Boy should have been at 50 million, right? And it's not here. So there's that too. Have a good night, gaming. But then they had this, right? But they went from this, folks. Oh, is that what you're saying? Yeah, but they're not selling 10 million units. Spider-Man needed to sell something like what, 12 million, 13 million before it broke even. Once you mixed in the console bundles, the physical sales, and the digital sales, it needed to sell like 12, 13 million units before it even broke even. So they're not raking any money in there. God of War, I think, hit 10 million. That was good for them. Stellar Blade only sold 1 million. So despite all the outcries for, that game, and we're going to touch on that game in a little bit because they've got new updates coming. But 10 million is a lot of units to sell. It's not a small amount. What's this? AI hallucinations? Never heard of that. IGN gets a large amount of their advertising from Sony. If IGN lost the Sony money, they would go out of business. They have a business interest in promoting Concord as a good game. See, I would agree with that. $12 million, but did it break even? That's the question. Did it break even? At the end of the day, it could sell 100 million, but if it needed to sell 100,000,001 units to break even, it's still operating at a net loss. But then they said this. IGN went and did this. They gave She-Hulk, the TV series, an 8 out of 10. But Deadpool and Wolverine, no spoilers please, because I haven't seen it yet, a 7. They are saying that She-Hulk is a better series than the movie of Deadpool and Wolverine. Devastator, it is going to be dead on arrival. They do cygnus, but as the games get older, the games also go down in price. Right? In the shops, they're no longer at the $70 price, they're more at the $40 price. So Sony get less money for it. They're not getting the full whack. A lot of people buy these games on sale at half price. So they're not making the money that they want to make on it. In fact, they're at half price. They're probably not making anything on the game. So there's a lot of factors to be put into it depending on what the contract is. So it's not black and white. But this doesn't just apply to Sony. This applies to everyone, right? But what's your thoughts? But you see, that's the point. That game is $70, and Marvel take, I think like 20, $22 of that for their royalties. So Sony made no money on that game. It doesn't matter if it sold an extra unit; they're making no money off that game. In fact, they're paying out of pocket for the royalties. That's the sort of thing that I'm talking about. Technically, that particular reviewer, yeah, but that reviewer would have had this signed off by their chief and editor. They can't just push it live, so this becomes authorized and, you know, accepted by the chief editor. So they signed this off. That cannot be real. I refuse to believe it. But this is IGN, so anything's possible when it comes to IGN. Has anyone seen this clip? I would really, Sanchez, all jokes aside, I would really like to see the PlayStation community actually stand behind Concord. Seeing as they are bigging the game up, I want them to actually stand behind it. Because if that game doesn't do well, those developers are gone, that studio is gone. And I don't think anyone wants that, right? But I just want to see them playing it after 2 months. But I'm going to play this clip. And then if anyone has any thoughts on it, feel free to jump into voice chat. Here's the link. That is not the link. Idea why I keep hearing Helldivers 2 is going to be coming to or announcing for anything. I do, actually. It's because Boom and C Money came out in a podcast that they did and said that there's a big game being announced at the end of this year. It's going to blow everyone's mind, and they can't really talk about it outside of saying it was the most successful game of 2024 so far. That would be Helldivers. No other game reached the fever pitch. I mean, Power World did well, but that's already on Xbox, so we can discount this, Power World instantly. That leaves one other game and one other game only. Helldivers 2. Personally, I think it's a whole lot of horseshit. I don't think it's happening. I think it would be good for the game if it did, and I think it would be a good move from Sony if they did. I've always said that games like that need to be cross-platform because those games thrive on the player base, and if they don't have the player base, I mean, recently we saw they dropped down to less than 10,000 players. from 450, 60,000 players down to less than 10,000, that's catastrophic numbers in lost player base. So they kind of want to build that back up, and making it, crossplay is the way forward. Make it cross save as well, right? So you can jump between the two versions of the game. That's my biggest gripe with No Man's Sky. Yeah, it'd be crazy if they did, but I don't think Sony's desperate enough yet. They need a high profile flop or two before they decide to start playing nice. I agree. And Concord is going to be the first flop. Cygnus? Yes, it would. Yes, it would. The Ratchet games are really, really good. I like them. Really good platform games. I don't remember much of them, but they are good games. And I appreciate good games. By the way, Cygnus, I assume you are pro blue. And I'm guessing you've already realized that I do play PlayStation games as well. And I do like PlayStation games as well. So, as long as you're not one of those people that literally come in spitting vitriol, this is a nice place for people to have a nice discussion. Because we've had quite a few people come in here with really, really bad attitudes, like this one. This dude came into my stream before I even started streaming. He must have had some epiphany. Cygnus, I'm the same. I'm a agnostic gamer myself. I do favor, I've always got, I do have a more affinity to Xbox. I've had that since the original Xbox came out with Halo. It's always had my interest, especially with their connection with Sega, because Sega was one of the first gaming platforms I ever worked with. When I was in the games industry. I worked at Sega for a while. And two, when I grew up with my Mega Drive, my Master System, and whatnot. So I've always had that connection more to Xbox in that regard. But I'm an agnostic gamer, more or less. What? Anyway, let's get back to this. I wanted to check this out because I want to play this, and then if anyone has any thoughts on this, feel free to chime in. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Genuinely, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what is being said here. I have my thoughts, but I'd love to get your thoughts before I express my thoughts. So here we go.
Yes, 2 hours ago, literally 2 hours ago during Evo, out of nowhere, they announced SNK versus Capcom Chaos, which was on the original Xbox. Once again, not coming to Xbox. This re-release remake of SNK versus Capcom Chaos. Now, this ain't MT framework, so why isn't this one coming to Xbox? Something that someone mentioned in the chat that I think we spoke about last time, and this happened with Marvel versus Capcom, was the other part that sort of rubs a bit of salt in the wound is the fact that here's Microsoft putting their fucking games everywhere, and then yet nothing comes back the other way.
Who are people mad at here? What are we mad at?
I don't know. I don't know who I'm...
You can't hear it? Maximum volume. Got it? All right, let's try that. Let's go back.
Yes, 2 hours ago, literally 2 hours ago during Evo, out of nowhere, they announced SNK versus Capcom Chaos, which was on the original Xbox. Once again, not coming to Xbox. this re-release remake of SNK versus Capcom Chaos. Now, this ain't MT framework, so why isn't this one coming to Xbox? Something that someone mentioned in the chat that I think we spoke about last time when this happened with Marvel vs. Capcom was the other part that sort of rubs a bit of salt in the wound is the fact that here's Microsoft putting their fucking games everywhere, and then yet nothing comes back the other way.
Who are people mad at here? What are we mad
I
about?
don't know. I don't know who
What
I'm
are we
mad at.
about? I don't understand. Like,
I don't know who I'm mad at. But we're
you
mad.
mad at
We're mad
Microsoft?
at. No, well, I don't know. Like, we're mad at the idea that these fucking games that wouldn't cost that much to make aren't coming to Xbox. Like, the fighting game scene during the 360 era, that was where the fighting game scene was, and now we've gone the other way and worse. Like, it.
So, if anyone wants to jump into chat and express an opinion, a view, but what do you think about that? What's your thoughts? I think it's pretty well. Like I said, I want to hear your thoughts first before I talk about mine. And if anyone wants to jump into the chat and talk and express their opinion, this is a safe place. You can do it. I encourage it. Now, there is one thing I will add, which a friend of mine told me, so I haven't actually done this myself before anyone says anything. Not that I really care at this point, but basically, the arcade emulated version of SNK versus Capcom not only runs better, but performs better and is better than the one that's been put onto the consoles. You're right, hon. So that's interesting, I thought. Oh yeah. I'll check it in a minute. I don't know. I don't know the machinations behind the decision. Not so. This is not so much about SNK versus Capcom not coming to Xbox. It's the latter part of what he said. It's the latter part of what he said. I'll replay it. The things from about here.
And then yet nothing comes back in the wound is the fact that here's Microsoft putting their fucking games everywhere, and then yet nothing comes back the other way.
who are people mad at?
That's the point I was getting at. It needs nothing back. Not sure why people complain. It's mainly because it devalues the console's appeal. If you don't get anything back in return, and you can play every single game on other platforms, then it really does, it loses value. And that's the point I believe he's trying to make. It's not so much that Diablo. Now, there's a sign of, yes, they own all these studios and whatnot, but they're putting a lot of those games to other platforms. And so, if you want to play Doom, you no longer have to buy an Xbox. If you want to play Halo, you no longer have to buy an Xbox. So if you don't have to buy an Xbox and this xCloud thing doesn't materialize, where if you buy your games digitally, you can play them on xCloud. If that doesn't materialize, what incentive does the consumer outside of Game Pass, which they can get anywhere else anyway, have in getting an Xbox? And if that incentive to buy an Xbox goes away, what incentive then will publishers have to make games on a console that's diminishing in value and appearance, in sales? Because if hypothetically Stadia has everything and they're a console and whatnot, and they were still alive and they actually had a physical console and they got everything as well, why would you get an Xbox if you can play all your Xbox games elsewhere and more? I think that's the point that Special Nick is making. My gripe is that some people are acting as if there is nothing, which really, that as if this is nothing, which, I mean, I get that. And this will have much bigger implications down the road if it continues. The console itself will disappear. The implications of this will be felt later. It's not going to be felt now, but I've seen Xbox fans turning around and saying, I don't care if Resident Evil 9 doesn't come to Xbox. 8 was trash anyway, so I don't want, if they skip us, who cares? Really? I mean, I am seeing that attitude. Yeah, but they can't do that for every game, Douglas, right? They can't do that for every game. And if you do it for one, you got to do it for everyone. Because everyone's going to turn around and say, well, you did it for them, you can do it for us. And then you open up a can of worms that you can't close. And how money is it making you in the long run? I'm guessing that's supposed to say how much money? Loved Killer Instinct, but I don't think I've ever seen a release from them since. They did have like a almost like a, not remaster, but refresh that was coming along that they did. So there was that. Compared to COD, FIFA, Resident Evil games sell quite badly. They do, but you can't base everything around COD, Fortnite, Roblox, and FIFA, right? And Madden. Those games are juggernauts, and I get it. But you can't base your whole argument around those 5 gauntlet games. And I know the majority of players are playing those 5, But to compare it to those games, I'll add Minecraft in there as well. But to compare it to those 6 games, you just can't do that because they're in a league of their own. You're basically comparing a Ford Escort to a Ferrari. There's no comparison in terms of, sheer volume. Those games will never ever sell the same way as Roblox or make the money that Roblox is making. Even if the games are a billion times better, they're still not going to make the money that Roblox makes. That's dirty money. And so comparing them to those, I think, is unfair. I mean, it did sell out because of college football, and that just shows you just how powerful marketing rights actually is. Because Microsoft got the marketing rights for college football, and so you saw a bunch of people just rushing out to buying Series S's and X's because they wanted to play that, and the indication was that it wasn't on PlayStation because they can't market it, they can't talk about it, they can't advertise it. So marketing is huge. Getting marketing rights is a big, big deal because it shows the publishers, well, it shows the consumers, not the publishers, but the consumers, that this game is available on your platform and your platform only. Even if you're not saying only on Xbox, it doesn't matter because they're not seeing the PlayStation logo there. They're not seeing also available on this. They're seeing none of that shit. So marketing rights are really, really important. Again, you're opening Pandora's box with that one. If you do it for one, everyone's going to ask for it. We're already seeing this with Game Pass. Publishers are holding out for that Game Pass money so they don't have to put any risk in. Only way a strategy like this works is if they add Steam to the next Xbox. But if they do that, then they kill Xbox, right? The moment Steam goes on to Xbox, they've killed Xbox as a console. It becomes a PC. And then any publisher out there that's making a game for Xbox will no longer make a game for Xbox because there's no point. They're making a game for Steam only, which will work on your Xbox. At that point, you've basically just got a $500 or $600 PC. With the whole GUI, user interface and stuff that comes with the console, but you've essentially just got a £600 PC. If that makes sense. Frustrates me when multiplayer games I don't want to play on my PC go to PlayStation console exclusively. Wait, what? It frustrates you when multiplayer games you don't want to play on your PC go to PlayStation console? But if you don't want to play them, what's... Okay, that's actually confused me. Maybe you worded that wrong. Diablo, we've had this discussion before, and I agree. They're moving too fast for their own good. They did this with the Xbox One with the whole, hey, we've got a TV app, we've got all this and all that, and everyone's laughed at them, and look at you now. Everyone uses their Xbox and PS5 for consuming media. A lot of media. I mean, PlayStation fans use it to live in Pornhub. I'm not judging, but Xbox does has a tendency to try and get there first. Third party does being comfortable skipping Xbox or doing. I mean, that's a problem, Cygnus. That's a real problem. Because if it's a big game, someone like me who has access to a PC and a PlayStation, I'm not going to wait for Xbox to get it. I'm going to go somewhere else. That's my whole reason for getting every platform. So I don't have to have that problem. that's always been my reasoning for having every console, whether it's Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox, or a PC. I don't want to wait if I want to play a game. If I want to play a game, I want to be able to play it there and then. When I go into a shop, we don't go shops anymore to buy games, but at the time when we did, I didn't want to go into a shop and say, is this game available on my platform? I just wanted to be able to pick the game up and know that it's going to be on my platform. And so from a young age, I always tried to get all the consoles. Like during the Master System days, I had a NES. During the Mega Drive days, I had a Super Nintendo. PlayStation 1 days, I had a Saturn and a GameCube. PS3 days, and you know, then we got to the PS2 days, and I had a Dreamcast, and I had an Xbox. Then we had the PS3 with the 360, N64. I think that came before the GameCube, but you know. Then I had the Wii U, I had the PS4, had the Xbox One, and then I've got a Switch, PS5, and the Series X. So I've kind of always tried to maintain that, having one of each platform, even if I couldn't buy it at launch, because I just don't like to go into a shop and at the time and have to ask that question. I just want to be able to play it. That's always been my motto. It's an expensive motto, and I appreciate not everyone can do that, but that's literally the core reasoning as to why I owned every platform. Even PlayStation is releasing day and date PC and Switch, they're following it. They are. It's going to happen more and more. You know, I think it's going to be more day and date with PC than the Switch itself. I think that games with the Switch is going to be sporadic throughout what works and what doesn't work for them. But I can see them eventually going day and date with PC with PlayStation 5. I see that happening, no problem. When was the last time you saw an arcade machine at a local corner store or laundromat? You don't. You don't see them at all. Consoles will be things of the past in the future in the next 10 years. I'd say probably 15. But yeah, they're just going to be apps on your TV. You know, that's what they're going to become. Xbox platform is growing. They are console, PC, cloud, ROG Ally, GeForce Now, Meta, Fire Stick, Samsung Hub, TV. Okay, so Sanchez, I'm going to break that down for you, right? I'm a third-party publisher. Now, obviously, there is Notion, and Phil Spencer has said that we will at some point be able to buy our games digitally and play them on the xCloud. That is not in place right now, so I am completely 100% going to disregard that because it may never materialize. The licensing, costs and discussions may make that literally impossible. So, assuming that that's not going to be the case, as a third-party publisher, I don't give a shit if the game you've got Samsung Hub, Fire Stick, Meta, GeForce Now, ROG Ally, Cloud. None of that matters to me at all. Even PC. I couldn't give a shit. What I care about is your console. I'm not putting my game on your Game Pass. I'm putting it on your console. So you could be everywhere. But if your console isn't selling, that is my number one metric. How many units you have sold in order for me to put my game on there for my return of investment. And if my return of investment risk is low, then you can have it on every single mobile phone out there. It doesn't matter. Because people on the mobile phone can't buy the game. They can only play what's on xCloud. And if my game isn't on Game Pass and it is retail only, the only platform out of all of those that matter is the Xbox console itself. And if that market is too small, I will not release my game on that platform. The return of investment is, if it's too risky, it's just not going to happen. That's the danger. That right there. That's what Microsoft now has to work around. And I believe they are trying to, because they've jumped headfirst into this cloud all cloud universe without really looking at what negatives can come from it. It's hard to believe that a company like Microsoft doesn't look at different angles, but the amount of mistakes that they've made over the years, you have to wonder, do they really actually think of consequences, or are they just going egotistical and saying, we are Microsoft, everyone will fall in line? And I think it's more that than anything else. And they're finding out the hard way that that's not how the world works, at least in the gaming industry. So unless Microsoft is paying for that game to be on Game Pass, which then could be on xCloud, a third-party publisher doesn't care on what cloud platform you've got your xCloud on. All they care about is how many units that console has sold, because that dictates what their audience is to reach to sell the game. Does that make sense? Now, I'm not saying this in a negative way. I'm just kind of highlighting the I mean, yeah. PS fans think only console matters, that other people don't play games outside of console. Yeah, but they're stupid, right? I game now personally myself. I game more on the cloud than I do on the console, because I don't really get as much time in my free time on my PC, because my kids are usually on it playing Roblox or Minecraft, or the other one's playing some games on my Xbox. So I'm actually using GeForce Now because xCloud is hit and miss for me with my internet connection, but GeForce Now seems to work right. And I play my Xbox games through there on a 4080 setup through GeForce Now on my Steam Deck, and it works great. And I have a lot of fun, and I play what I want to play. Or I project, I've got a dock and I hook it up to my 17-inch portable monitor, and I can play. It does provide me options, but the cloud is an additive, not a replacement. And until Microsoft comes out and openly says, this is now available, but if you buy your games digitally, you can play them on the cloud, that, the cloud will never be a replacement platform. It will always be an additive platform for the console. And as a third party publisher, they will always see cloud as, we don't care. What we care about is the hardware. Let's see, what you're saying. Did you read the article with the Horizon 5? Yeah, we covered that at the beginning of the stream. That was this one here. Crazy full. Off topic question. Does Union XP accrue in Lua if you wait to ascend? Yes, it does. It does. It does. Because I had like a shit ton of Union XP. And then because I couldn't do my ascension, I actually was too weak until my son came and sorted my characters out. And then we went and done my ascension, and I went up, like, put it this way, I went up not only that ascension, but the next ascension, and I couldn't actually kill anything. So I had to knock my world tier down because my characters were too weak. So I hope this answered your question. What was that service they used to have that had a bunch of Genesis games on it? It's kind of like Game Pass. You're talking about the Mega Drive one. The Mega Drive online service. Genesis Online Games Service. I think it's something like that. Sega Channel. I'm talking about this, right? Is it even still working, the Sega Channel? Nope. But you had your console, and then you could basically hook it up to the internet and play some games. Microsoft isn't making it easier for their fan base with their choices. See, I think it's the opposite, anime. See, I think, right, Microsoft is making it for their consumers as easy as they possibly can to play Xbox. They're providing you with a great service with Game Pass Ultimate, best service in gaming. I don't care if the price is increased; it is still the best deal in gaming. They are providing you with multiple ways to play your games. They are providing you with, a plethora of games at an affordable price. And yes, some games are being missed and skipped, but ultimately, what Microsoft provides you with not only play anywhere, so you can buy the game once, like Shin Megami. Is it Shin Megami Tensei or the other one that recently just came out? I think it might be Vengeance. Was Vengeance the latest one that came out? If you buy it on the Microsoft Store, you can play it everywhere on your Xbox, your PC. It's basically a multi-license game. That sort of service that they're providing obviously hurts the publisher, right? Because they're only getting one revenue, and I'm getting the game everywhere, right? Obviously, they're being subsidized for that through Microsoft. But when they're offering services like this for the consumer, it is really pro-consumer. Now, if we're going to start looking at what Microsoft is making financially, no one in this chat lobby should give a shit about what Microsoft is making financially. Because at the end of the day, that's none of our business. We're consumers, we pay for a product, we get a product, we play the game. Whether Sony or Microsoft is making money, unless you're a shareholder and you actually have an investment in the company, that really shouldn't be a concern. The only concern that you might want to have is the fact that they're not going bankrupt, because then that would be a concern because you lose all your games and stuff. But as long as a company like Microsoft is not going to go bankrupt anytime soon, none of that should be a concern. The only concern that you should really have, ultimately, outside of you playing your games, is whether the games are going to come to your console. And, as a consumer, you can make that choice and air your concerns to the manufacturer and let them know that we're not happy about this because there's a risk that these games are being skipped. Like, do you think, honestly, right? Do you think that right now, if we had the same outcry as a community that the PC fan base had with the PSN outrage with Helldivers 2, Microsoft wouldn't respond? I know Sony were forced to respond, but do you believe that if we actually collectively got our voices together and actually went after Microsoft in that fashion for a response as to what the hell is going on, they wouldn't respond? The problem is the majority of the consumer base doesn't care because they're happy with what they're getting. And the reality is, if you buy your kid or your son or yourself an Xbox, get yourself a 1 year's Xbox Game Pass Ultimate membership, you can pretty much go for the whole year without buying a single game. There is enough games and new content coming to that platform on a yearly basis that will keep you going without the need for you to go out and buy any more games at all. That is pretty much how much Microsoft is providing you in terms of just raw content and service. So to turn around and say that Microsoft, the actual deal is, what you said here isn't making it easier for their fan base with these choices, it's a real mixed bag of a point, a statement, because they're actually providing you a lot more than you actually, realize. The problem is people will always look at, the one game or the 5 games that have skipped, but not the 10 million games that haven't skipped. They're looking at, the very few minority. Now, if that time comes when a massive AAA title like Resident Evil 9, I keep using Capcom as an example, I don't know why, or like Monster Hunter, the new Wilds skips Xbox, that's when eyebrows are going to be raised. But until that time happens, eyebrows won't be raised. And my point is, if you want answers as a consumer, you have the power to get that answer. All you have to do is air your voice. But one voice isn't enough. It needs to be a collective voice so they actually are forced to respond. Hey, Chille. Once again, I will put this here. So if anyone wants to jump in and chat, you're free to. That's a good question. In Microsoft's eyes, it's not suffering, right? In Microsoft's eyes, it's not suffering. Let's face it. Anyone in here use xCloud? It's an okay service. It's not amazing, right? I used xCloud on my Steam Deck, and it was not the best picture quality that I've seen. Then I played Dungeons of Hinterberg using GeForce Now, and it was crystal clear. See, my mindset is this, right? This is what I think Microsoft is doing. They're saying, hey, everyone, all of you on Amazon right now, check out xCloud. It's a beautiful service. Go play all those games. And I'm sure they're going to release a cloud-only platform as well, a subscription. But then they're going to turn around and say, and what they should be saying, right? Like there should be something on the xCloud loading screen that says for optimal performance, buy an Xbox. They're not doing that. So they're half-assing the message again already. But what they should be doing, and what I believe they're doing, is basically trying to funnel people from the xCloud side of things to the console. Because people need a barrier of entry. And so £20 entry is a lot cheaper than £450, right? It's definitely a lot cheaper than £450. But if they can reduce that to $9.99 for cloud only as a barrier to reduce the barrier of entry even more, that's great. Because the more people that go in, let's just say Amazon has 200 million people on the Fire Stick. If 10% of those turn around and say, do you know what? Or let's say 5% from that 200 million. Do you know what? I really like these Xbox games, but I'm not really happy with the xCloud service. I don't want a PC to pay, 1,500 and whatnot. Then I'm going to have to maintain it. I just want a console I can put there and I can just play. Switch it on and play. Overnight, they gained 10 million Xbox customers. That's what I think they're doing. But I haven't actually seen them with any messaging inside xCloud. So they're kind of hoping that people are going to connect those dots. Microsoft don't understand that people are generally quite stupid. They need to be told what to do. So that messaging needs to be there. But that's what I think is happening here. That's the push that they're making for. They want xCloud to be out there, especially for those regions that can't afford a console anyway. It's a really great service for them. But for those that can, it's a cheap way for them to get into Xbox. And if they like what they're seeing, they can then turn around and actually go and buy an Xbox console. Whether it's a Series S, which will work better than the xCloud anyway, as we've seen numerous times with different people testing it, or just going and buying the Series X, which will still perform better than what they have on xCloud. And it'll give them the optimum console performance without having to use a PC. So for me, that's where this is going. So yes, it on face value, it looks like the console is suffering, but ultimately what they're doing is they're kind of trying to get all of these people into the Xbox ecosystem and then funnel it down and push them towards buying the console. Because xCloud just isn't there yet. Sorry, Sanchez. What was this in relation to? If you don't mind me asking, I've been waffling a lot. To be fair, they don't make sales on PlayStation either. I mean, that's true. For all the people that were crying about Stellar Blade and all this, and I genuinely was one of those people that actually thought Stellar Blade was going to sell a metric ton of units. I actually thought it would, because I thought it's actually, with all the hype it got and all the people crying about this and that and how much it was hyped on social media, I actually expected 3 to 5 million. That's me personally. I genuinely expected 3 to 5 million, but for it to just hit 1 million, I think it underperformed, and that shows. Sanchez, I think you agreed with me in a weird way in the end. And Zrogdo, thanks, I guess. I'm just going down. Time for Chille to join. He's already joined. Chille, introduce yourself, my pony friend.
Hello. Nay. Hi, hello everyone. I saw someone say that. I'm like, should I join? I'm like, fine, I'll join. I'll join tonight for a little bit. So
There you go.
hi, chat. I hope you're all doing well.
We are.
So,
I'm hoping people don't hate me with what I'm saying, but I feel like there's a lot of truth in what I'm saying as well. Hey George, how's it going? I'm doing
don't
good.
worry, I'll bring the hate to me. I can be the hate. They can hate me for being the pony. Hey Zogdraw, hey Woodpit. But no, you're talking about xCloud, right? And how everything is on that or something. Because I joined in mid conversation, so.
Well, I'm saying the point was that Xbox is everywhere, and I'm saying as a third party publisher, you don't care about xCloud. You care about the console.
Yeah.
Because you can't play your game. Now, if Microsoft turns around and says yes, if you buy your games digitally, they will instantly be on xCloud. Disregarding the legalities and the licensing, none of that is the consumer's responsibility or concern. If they get it working and they get it all signed and dealt, as far as the consumer's concerned, I buy a game, I can use it on xCloud. That actually changes the landscape and scope entirely. Like, the tables will turn instantly.
Yeah.
Because at that point, Microsoft goes from having 30 million consoles to 500 million consoles.
Yeah, which will help with deals a lot.
Right? Do you see the landscape change? How drastically big that one little thing that Microsoft is trying to get signed actually can do? You go from 30 million consoles to 500 million overnight. It's insane how many you'll have, what that means. Because at that point, anyone that is a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber or a Game Pass, an xCloud subscriber, because they are going to release an xCloud only, instantly becomes a console. The cloud itself becomes the console as well. It becomes part of the unit. So where Sanchez was saying, yes, they're everywhere, at that point, all of that now becomes actually everywhere. And at that point,
and there's
Microsoft
a lot of games
wins.
care a lot about monthly active users nowadays, as well as just purchases. That's 500 million people that you can then push your monthly game, your user game.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And at that point, Microsoft wins like that. And anime, to your question, no, I'm talking about missing out on games. You won't miss out on a single thing because there's 500 million customers now compared to Sony 60 million.
Yeah.
And they instantly win. But right now, Japanese games are niche on Xbox. People just don't buy them. You look at social media, and I know social media is a small aspect of it, but that's, we don't have numbers. We don't have statistics. But
that's the closest you're going to get. Like, social media isn't an accurate number, but it is a decent representation of a percentage of the player base. Like, you're not going to see the exact. What's that? Sorry.
I wouldn't even say that, considering social media probably is maybe 2% of the overall gaming population.
Fair. That is true.
like I keep,
especially nowadays. Okay, when social media used to, before Twitter broke social media, I would say that would have been more
Okay, that's fair. But like, you know, we see
because
this. Go
sorry,
ahead.
I was going
Go
to
ahead.
say because every platform until recently had a linked version. Like my PlayStation was linked to Twitter. Your Xbox could probably link to Twitter. Your Nintendo Switch could link to Twitter. So everyone could have a Twitter account on their systems because of the share function. So that probably artificially pushed the numbers, but because now all of that is gone, which is annoying, by the way. I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
So, uh,
But what was I gonna say? Yeah. You know, even like I keep using Bungie as an example with this because I think this is really important. 60 FPS is important to so many people. You see that being like the cornerstone and the centerpiece of everyone's discussion, right? It has to be 60 FPS, it has to be 90 FPS, it has to be 120 FPS. But the normies don't give a shit, and they are 95% of the gaming population. They are 95%.
I can say the 60% crowd is just the loudest people. Like,
Yeah. But the people that just go to the shops and buy a game and just go home and
yeah,
play it for a few hours a week and whatnot, or they buy it digitally, play over, you know, in the week, in the evenings or the weekends. The normies who buy games, they don't care. And this was evident and proven with Bungie's Destiny 2, when Bungie had to come out and make a public plea to PlayStation fans to switch from the 30 FPS PS4 version to the 60 FPS PS5 version, because they could see through their auditing that, you know, I think it was like 60 or 70% of PS5 players were actually playing Destiny 2 at 30 FPS, and none of them cared. And Bungie came out with a play saying, guys, look, we've got this really cool version that runs better, looks better, plays better. It's free. Upgrade. Just download the new one. But people didn't care. And, you know, that's clear evidence that, yes, people care about 60 FPS, but the stuff that you see on social media with the console warring and outcries of this and that, the general public just doesn't care. The general consumer doesn't care. They're not involved in any of this. This is pretty much just an echo chamber.
mm.
Ah, okay, cool.
1 second. Woodpit says, can you still can't you still link up Xbox to Twitter? I don't think you can, right?
No,
That
you
all got
can't.
removed.
That's gone.
Yeah.
Stellar Blade underperforming is based on their budget, not unit sales. If they had 20 million budget, that 1 million sold is certainly a massive success. I still expected them to sell 3 to 5 million units. I'm not talking about what they made financially, because they made enough financially,
I
even with their current budget, to make a profit.
I don't think no. Okay, due to the amount of people promoting and shouting about Stellar Blade, I could see why someone would expect it to get to 3 to 5 million. But I didn't think it would get more than I was expecting about 2 million. At its maximum peak, 2 million. That's what I was expecting for it. Like it as much as people were talking about it and promoting it and shouting about it, it's more of a niche genre, in my opinion. Like I still thought 1 million was I was expecting 1.5 million. 1.5 to 2 million was what I was expecting for
Yeah,
Stellar Blade.
there's like 30 people in chat now going to buy PS5 after seeing this.
Welcome to the stables.
And you know, this is what they're doing to sell their game. They got 1 million. This is Stellar Blade. The new summer update images. They're getting a small area for a summer vacation that's been added for a limited time at the Great Desert Oasis. Gift Eve a tiny break. Summertime limited BGM at the Great Oasis. You can still listen to the previous Oasis tracks. Newly added object interaction with the sunbed. 2 new outfits and 1 new accessory have been added and can be obtained from Clyde's shop. Fixed the issue of the hair color change not applying to in the boss challenge preset. Various other bug fixes.
Edward said, Devin said, I don't pay $70 for games out of principle. I'm fine with paying that much, to be honest. I know how much games cost to make nowadays. Like, I don't buy all my games all the time, but I'm willing to pay that because, like, I understand how expensive they are to make. So, if it's a game that I'm looking forward to, like Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, which is out in October, I'll buy it. But Sonic isn't $70 anyways. Sonic's like 40, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Edward, I know my viewing numbers are going down. They always do. But
blame me, okay?
It doesn't stop me speaking the truth. I mean, that's why people don't invite me to their podcast, right? The Xbox accounts,
Yeah.
because I'm going to speak the truth and not just thing, and they don't like that.
Now blame me, Chaos. I'm the reason why your numbers went down. Here's me, the pony.
And I don't know about the duck not liking them, but I am definitely a waifu person.
If they're now Last of Us 3, haven't I said this multiple times that I don't like Last of Us? So no. Well, okay, I might buy it. Like I might. Okay, I haven't bought Last of Us 2, but I think I've bought Last of Us 1 like 3 times and I've never beaten it because it frustrates me. I don't know why I keep buying it, but I bought it 3 times. Last of Us 2, no, I didn't buy Last of Us 2. Like
Diablo, if you have VRR enabled on your TV, the timing becomes perfect.
Yeah.
I've been wronged very many times buying a full price game. I generally only buy full price games if I know I'm gonna enjoy it. Like Alan Wake, that came out at 50 quid anyway. That was day one for me because I knew I was gonna enjoy it.
I think I've only really bought games of franchises that I know I enjoy. So, like, that's why I don't mind. Like, I bought Fantasy 16 because I like Fantasy 14. I bought Fantasy a lot of the games I bought the previous versions of the game, so I know that I enjoy that franchise. So, yeah. Yeah.
I'll just say something. It's late at night. People will be going to bed. No, I appreciate that. I know my streams are late for us UK people.
Yeah, I'm setting off tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. so I can get to Deadpool. I'm excited.
Deadpool.
Oh. Yeah, Deadpool tomorrow.
Chille versus Harmon. Devastator's had it already. Yeah, boy.
You want me to collab with him? No, I'm good. I wouldn't. No. Hey, Snowy. But no, I'm good. By the way, are you uploading that as a reaction video of me reacting to Harmon while you react to me reacting?
I can do.
Right. You want to?
I was gonna do that. Have you sent this? Not a trick question, but will Xbox ever, and I mean ever, have a success this generation like Spider-Man 2? Let's be honest, no. Sad times. 11 million.
I mean,
so they sold 11 million units and they haven't broken even.
No.
How is that a success?
I mean, it's a success for sales, but it's not a success for profit.
It's like, hey guys, I sold 11 million units, but I'm still net loss of like 100 million. Let's go.
Yay!
Idiots.
But that shows you how crazy the Marvel deal is, by the way, if anyone wants to know how expensive making the Marvel games are, when you can sell 11 million copies and like you still don't make money. That's just crazy.
So I listened to this earlier and it kind of, I didn't get it. Right? And I want, since you're here, Chille, maybe you can listen to it as well. And
Okay.
chat, you listen, let's just go through this. I know we're coming to the end of the stream, but just a couple of things I wanted to play so we can listen to. But this one actually blew my mind because I didn't get it. And maybe someone in chat can explain to me what KSante was trying to allude to here, or what the reasoning behind it was, but I genuinely didn't get it. So let's just play it.
Yeah. Look, what I want to bring up is Xbox Game Pass. It's a conversation that I know some people are going to be bored of, but today, Modern Warfare 3 is there. Now, before we get into the $5.5 billion track that they are on for 2025, that's a big chunk of tonight's conversation. I want to allow the KSante to run down the ring.
And I also just want to add, like, people keep referring to how much money these companies are making. If you don't have any shares in it, I genuinely am curious. Why does anyone care? Because I'm not going to see any of that money. So what? You're not going to see any of that money if you don't have an investment in them. I'm genuinely concerned, like not concerned, curious. Like no hate, no nothing. Like genuinely curious. Why do you care how much money they make?
Like the Ultimate Warrior and just destroy what he has to say because it's rather hilarious.
So let me just preface this whole thing by saying the gray beards are real. Okay, the beard is real. It's not painted. This is my quick, old man shouting at the clouds moment. Get off my lawn. Get the pitchfork.
Yelling at the sun. Why are you hot?
It's fine. Okay, so I go in and I'm in the middle of analyzing and reviewing a product that I recently got my hands on. Let me actually see if I can show the product that I got my hands on. But needless to say, I got my hands on a product. This is what it is right here. Like, this is the product.
That's nice.
I'm reviewing it. It's very nice, right? It's a very cool product. I'm playing it, lots of games on it. So I see, hey, Call of Duty's out. And I haven't really been a big COD player since like Ghosts, which was terrible. And the version, the Call of Duty Modern Warfare or Warfighter, that's the version that had Jon Snow. I always say that.
Funny story about I think it was Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I think it was Ghost. Oh, what was the game that launched on PS4? I can't remember which one it was. No, there was a Call of Duty game that launched with the PS4. But for some reason, Game was selling the game before the console came out, so you're able to purchase Call of Duty before the PS4 was even released officially.
Nice.
Which, by the way, okay, that was Ghost. Which, by the way, okay, back in the day, my friend used to work in a company that would put consoles in stores for people to play. So anytime you would go to like a game, you'd have the demo units or whatever. Anyway, he even back then his dad was getting old, and he like there was just two of them. The elevator was broken, so they asked the staff if they would help them carry up the unit up the stairs so that they could install the demo unit because the lift was broken. And then anyway, these two staff members just stood there and watched them. Anyway, the unit fell, the thing broke. So they just took the PS4 home with them so they could keep it for the day. So we ended up playing Call of Duty like 2 weeks before the console came out because the store wouldn't help them carry up the stairs. We gave the console back to Sony the next day, but like, yeah, we had the PS4 before the media did. And we were able to play Call of Duty because, yeah.
So fun story on the back of that. When I used to test at Sega, when we first got the PS4, was it the PS4? I think it was the PS4 test kits. Over the PS4 to PS3. And we were running behind schedule in testing, so we were asked to take the consoles home and work over the weekend. And work late nights. And so they're like, make sure you don't tell anyone that you've got it in your house. This is all top secret. They made everyone sign like an NDA and everything. You couldn't show it to anyone. You couldn't invite anyone around. But we had like test kits. We were playing the next generation console at home, you know, months and like over half a year before it was even going to be in anyone's hands. And I had one guy come round to my place and I couldn't not invite him in. And it was just sitting there. And I'm like, oh, please don't see it. Please don't see it. Because he only just came to pick something up. And I'm like, please don't see it. And he looked in the room and he was like, is that what I think it is? Nope. It is, isn't it? Nope.
No. It's
What
just
is
it's a pizza warmer.
He's like, what is it? I was like, nope.
Oh.
Too late. That call went out. Everyone came round. Everyone fucking came round.
But oh my god! By the way, they did the gaming stuff for Sony, and Sony, by the way, I don't know if they don't do that. They don't work for them anymore. They shut the company down because there isn't as many events in England, so they couldn't really make money because if nobody has consoles in the stores, how can they put them in stores when they don't do it anymore? So they stopped the company anyway. But trust me, Sony was one of the most wasteful companies I've ever heard of. Because I think Nintendo was like it as well, but they only mainly focused on Sony stuff, right? You know the TVs at like game stores and game stores and game events. You have your TVs and your consoles.
They throw them away.
Sony after one showcase will throw them away. They're not allowed to be reused at any events.
Yeah,
the TVs or the consoles cannot be reused. They have to be thrown away after the event is over, which is
crazy,
ridiculously wasteful.
It's like if you ever know where Amazon has their landfill where they throw their stuff away. Did you know that every year, before their financial year is up, they throw all of their laptops and iPhones and everything into a container and get it destroyed? And if you're actually there, you can just go and pick them up and walk away with it. No one will say anything.
Yeah.
Because it's a tax relief for them to destroy it rather than giving it out to people.
Yeah.
Crazy, right? The way the law works, it's cheaper for a company to destroy the hardware than it is for them to just go to, a place or a school and give that stuff away that could actually benefit the schools. Because at that point, they will be legally, commercially viable for tax. That's mental. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Yeah, let's carry on with the video.
Talking about usually 4 or 5 hours, 6 hour campaigns at most, and you're done with it. But I enjoyed them. I think they're really done. The Michael Bay aspects of it are really cool. I enjoy the whiz bang. I do. It's a fun ride, and then you move on. And then I leave the multiplayer Twitch shooter to those who enjoy them. They're not me. It is what it is. It's fine, right? But that's how I know it. But now if it's in my Game Pass subscription, hey, why not? So I go and I download it, right? And it was relatively fast download. Downloaded on this thing in like 30 minutes. There it is. It's downloaded, right? I go in. The first thing.
Wait, what?
Do you want a battle pass?
What internet has he got?
Do you want?
Mate, trust me. When I had my 1 gigabyte fiber connection, that shit was quick.
I still don't believe anyone can download Call of Duty in 30 minutes.
I download it faster.
Wow.
I guarantee you. When I had my gigabit connection,
man,
it was fast.
Marvel Rivals took me 3 hours, Chaos.
Mate, I'm still downloading Call of Duty. I'm on my third day now.
I told you, you're going to finish downloading that Call of Duty when the new one comes out.
All right, let's continue.
Do you want to download this DLC? No, I don't want to download this DLC. Do you want to read a lot of these EULAs and this other EULA and this other EULA and this other EULA? I'm like, come on. Of course, this is the whole Fortnite thing that we're all used to at this point. It's fine. See, gray beard. I'm sorry. Forgive me. So we go through the whole rigmarole, right? It downloaded 300 and some odd gig. It's fine. It's done. It's finally scroll through. Finally find the word campaign. Took a while. Find the word campaign. Hit campaign. Guess what? Oh, well, everything you downloaded was what is it? Call of Duty HQ, Warzone, all the multiplayers. The thing you actually wanted to play, yeah, that didn't download. So now you got to wait 20 more minutes for that to download. I'm like, okay, breathe. It's all good. Just keep breathing. It's fine. Oh, by the way.
And the thing I want to add here, when I went to download Call of Duty and thing, it clearly labels campaign, multiplayer, Warzone. It has, anyone that's downloaded it will see it. It's clearly labeled with the free. So the fact that anyone makes that mistake is a you problem and not a game problem, or an Xbox problem or an Activision problem. That's 100% a you problem.
While we're downloading, do you want to battle? Like, all right. Long story short, it finishes downloading. It's ready to go. It's good to go. The minute I hit campaign play, boom, the whole game crashes. I'm like, what the hell?
Holy crapola.
So I restart the game. Start it up. Guess the first thing it says? Oh, well, the servers are down for maintenance. So because the servers are down for maintenance, the single player thing that's not connected to the multiplayer, yeah, you can't get to that to play it because the servers are down for maintenance. So after an hour and a half of me downloading this thing and going through all the EULAs and going through all the, you know what I did? I uninstalled it.
There you go.
See, I don't get that. Would you do that?
No.
Right.
No,
if
no,
you
I
spend
would
all
play
that
it
time
afterwards.
downloading, and just because the game crashed and went into maintenance, you're gonna uninstall it and not play it?
Ah.
He's that guy that installs McCarthy AV. Installs us. Yeah.
I do understand his frustration, though, about the fact that the single player can't be played when the multiplayer
I
is down.
totally get that. I'm with you with that.
Yeah, I understand
100%.
that.
But after all that, you're gonna just not play it?
But that's why I say I understand, but don't agree.
Devin, you underestimate my internet right now. I cry and weep every time I look at the speeds from what I have. It's sad times. Anyway,
man, I'm
it
currently
gets
at 4 megabits.
Oh shit, you got it worse than me.
Well, I'm at 40 MBS, so.
Oh, I get 50.
There you go.
I get 1 meg more than you. Anyway, it gets better, by the way, chat. It gets better.
There you go.
You know
So,
what? Honestly, look,
unpopular opinion. I know. It will move
you're not
units.
wrong.
People will love it. It's going to be amazing. People will love it. But maybe I'll try the new one because I'm done. Not for me.
Look,
I feel like it didn't respect my time, so why should I give it anything?
Why should you? Yeah, no. I mean, look. Here's the thing.
If it didn't respect your time, why are you going to go back?
Yeah.
If it didn't respect your time, why are you going to go back to the next game? Because that's just not going to respect your time either. And the reason why it didn't respect your time is because you made the error.
Yeah.
I was just gonna ask: is it normal for there to be a maintenance like every day or something? Or
No,
why
it's not. It wasn't a real maintenance. What's happening is since a lot of people are hitting the servers, right? A lot of people are hitting the servers.
Yeah.
It's crashing up and down. But my
they didn't
main
scale it up.
point is
Brilliant.
my main point is not.
So he actually knows that the reason why the game is a bit sketchy at the moment is because everyone and their grandma is downloading it on Game Pass to play it because it's on Game Pass. So that basically means around, what, 20 million, 25, 30 million people are downloading their game to play all of a sudden. That's a lot of people. But so he knows the reason why it's happening.
Not even the scaling or the fact that it's on maintenance. It's the fact that there's a campaign that has nothing to do with multiplayer.
But it does, because the stuff that you unlock in the campaign can be used in multiplayer and can be used in Warzone.
But you're going to put the I'm on maintenance paywall in front so that you can't get to the single player that has nothing to do with multiplayer?
It has everything to do with multiplayer.
That's ridiculous. Let the campaign be the campaign, right? Like the man is playing Halo right now. You can play the campaign, you can play the multiplayer. When the multiplayer is down, the single player is still playable.
Yep.
John, you're the same with
That's
me.
just the way it should be, right? And I understand people are hitting the servers. It's new, it's fresh. Everybody's like, yay, I'm going to play it. Awesome. Those of us who want the 5-hour Michael Bay experience should not have to deal with multiplayer lag because we're not playing that. But again, I will once again preface, old man yelling at clouds. My lawn is nice and clean. I just mowed it. Get off of it. It's fine. Let's move on.
You're not. Well, I'll say this. This particular campaign was far from the best. The storied missions are really good. Like they are what you would expect. There are these in-between missions that are very Warzone-esque that is why a lot of people didn't like it. Interestingly enough, I happen to really enjoy those Warzone like levels because you didn't have to. You can skip them, but you could do them. You can do this map, the objective, in any way you see fit. You want to go in guns a blazing, you do it. You want to, like me, I went stealth killing the shit out of everybody. It's what I did. You find all different kinds of equipment.
Let me be clear here real quick, okay? This, and I've already prefaced it before I even started this. This has just been my day because as soon as I was done, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play Flintlock. Guess what happened? I play Flintlock. I'm playing it. All the sound, the background sound, all gone. All you hear is you're playing the game. It's all playing. All the sound is just gone. Everything I touched turned to bugs today. Is what I'm saying,
brother. Things like that happen. It's again, today was just not your day.
So he didn't uninstall Flintlock. That's 20 gigabytes. But he uninstalled the game that's 150 gigabytes.
For gaming, but you know what? That is still a funny story.
So he keeps the game that's really small, but the game that's really big, he's like, nope, chat, nope, we can't do this. It has to go. So am I the only one that finds that crazy? Cesano in TLDR, he downloaded the game. It's split into 3 sections. He failed to read what the titles of those 3 sections are, so he downloaded the wrong ones. Then he realized he didn't download the one he wanted. He downloaded everything that wasn't the ones he wanted. So he blames the game for that. Went and downloaded the one he wanted. The game is the servers are being hammered right now, like anything would be when it goes on Game Pass, especially something as big as CoD. And there's some server instability. So he uninstalls 200 gigabytes because he got frustrated. Then goes and plays another game that's like 10 gigabytes, 20 gigabytes to install. And that does the same thing, but doesn't uninstall that one.
Man, I've got something I want to talk about after this video.
Go on.
I just saw something that I'm hyped for.
Go for it. Before I play my last video. Or maybe one more after that, but that's it.
Okay. I take this as a rumor for now.
It's official. Guys. It's official.
There's some figures with a old game that I used to love back on the PS1.
Legacy of Kain confirmed.
Yeah, it's Legacy of Kain.
I got it in 1.
Yeah. Yeah, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remastered.
Really?
There's some figures and some like the Comic Con that's going on right now with like QR codes with the phrase going on right now. Let's see. I don't know if they mean the figures are remastered, but like, yeah, there's some that.
I got it on screen now.
There you go.
There you go. For all of you looking for a Legacy of Kain, it's coming.
Potentially coming.
What happens if you scan that QR code?
I don't know. I just found it while
Where's
my phone's on charge, so
I need to go get my phone. I need to test this out. I need to test this out.
This will be a day one now.
Brian?
Yeah, Crystal Dynamics worked on the original ones.
How many phones are there?
Oh, they've now removed the plaques at Comic Con.
My phone must be on there. So none of these 6 mobile phones. How are you doing? Is your edge not sweating? No, I'm good. Put me a drink then. Got any bathroom? There's another energy drink. Do you want it? Yes, you can do it. Alright, got my phone.
I never had that game before when I was 4 when my dad had a PS1. I really loved it. It was a roguelike kind of, right?
All right.
It was
QR
like
code.
a
Let's see if I can scan
Metrovania.
it.
Not roguelike, Metrovania.
All right.
By the way, they
open link.
removed those plaques, supposedly.
Newsletter sign up to Direct Horse.
Dark
That's
Horse
it.
is the comic, right?
Dark Horse Direct. You can just sign up to it. To the newsletter.
Dark Horse is the comic that they've just published because they've started doing a new Soul Reaver comic series.
Okay. So that's just going to the comics.
Yeah. Which, by the way, the cover on the comic book is insane. It's a really beautiful. I don't know what the comic book's like, but the cover itself is cool. There you go.
All right. So this is another thing I found. Now, we spoke about this yesterday during my Marvel Rival stream. I thought I'd play this and see what you guys think. And after this, just have a brief chat about Marvel Rivals, I guess. Since you've played it now, Chille.
Yay!
All right, let's see what he's got. Let's see what the... I don't even know what to call him anymore. But let's see what we got to say. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, there's another one, Quintar. Quintar likes to drop bombs, but he dropped bombs on people who acted an ass and posted us all over Twitter.
And I never want to lecture anybody on that, but
He's referring to Astro Cyborg here. Devin, are you Punisher on Twitch? Just curious.
I really wish that I
Hey,
can't
Chriso.
change your mind. I can only give you the perspective of
Jimmy
like
Neutron, that's it.
we let those guys win when we do that, and then now I'm having
You are Punisher on Twitch. Ha ha. The imposter is here in disguise.
now we're like heavily leaning on like MASH and Behemoth. You know what I'm saying?
For
like
sure.
you would have to gift a lot less if everybody just said, who cares, it supports Lono, right? Like those people are probably so thrilled that they got memberships, clip stuff, made me look bad, and now people are gun shy about gifting because they don't want it to go to somebody like that. Like that's, and I totally understand. Like it's not my money, I get it. I would feel similarly, but then I would also be like, you know what? I'm going to thumb my nose at you and keep doing it anyway because you're just going to get banned or you're just going to get found out or keep clipping. Who cares? Like, it's just, you know.
Yeah, you have to let your intentions win that fight. Those of you who struggle with that, who have gone through that, like Quintar, and I know it happened to you. Javier Cotto, I know it happened to you as well. It's happened to YouTube Lurker. It's happened to Rissick.
But for those that don't understand what's going on here, there's a bunch of people in his chat who drop YouTube memberships. Now, Lono gets on average about 600 to 800 memberships a month, and he's trying to get to 1,000 memberships where he can, continue doing what he's doing, so he can live off it. That's his full-time job. I think at 1,000 memberships, you can pretty much do that, right? There are obviously people like Astro Cyborg and stuff. They clip and put stuff out, and usually when people clip stuff, they clip it at the worst point or to try and push an agenda. I'm not saying everyone does this. I'm not saying Astro does this. I'm just saying generally when you see a clip, that's how it's usually done to portray the worst part possible. Like I just saw recently today a clip with Doc Dark arguing in a podcast that he was in. Still trying to get him onto the show, by the way. But they stopped the clip just before Doc Dark was going to answer the question to make him look stupid and completely clueless. So it's, certain clips are deliberately done in that way to push engagement, push frustration, and push hate towards a person, right? And so what they're saying here is, I know you're watching those clips, but don't let that influence you giving me money. Don't let what they're saying influence you dropping subs here. And the editor there is saying, you shouldn't fall for it. You shouldn't be becoming victim. If you want to support what we do here, you should just support us. Dropping those 20 bombs or 50 bombs. People drop like 25 gifted subs at a time on his shows. Some drop 50 gifted subs on his shows. And some of the bigger high rollers are second guessing whether they should continue based on what they're seeing. Whether it's out of context or not is a different discussion to be had entirely. But that's that's basically what they're talking about here.
It's happened to online MVP. Like they, at some point everybody has hit somebody that it made them feel some kind of way. Like, like you feel like you did harm. Like, fuck, man, my gifted and this asshole's clipping. Or fuck, my gifted and this guy's talking shit. I get that, but you have to let your intentions behind it win the battle between what your intentions were and what the result is.
And so what the problem there is, like, let's say, for example, person X is in the chat who doesn't have a sub. When person Y gifts 10 subs, person X, who's a negative Nancy and is against Jimmy Neutron, forget his name all the time now, now they've got a voice and a platform because they're a sub to actually go out and start being more vocal in his chat and be more toxic. Why people go in there if they don't want to listen to what he's saying, I don't know, but that's a different matter entirely. But you're going to have griefers, just like I did at the start of the show. So what they're saying is, just because you've gifted subs to someone who's an arsehole doesn't mean you should stop gifting subs. Keep doing it because we want money.
And plus, this isn't Twitch. Like, if you gifted subs to arseholes on Twitch, I can see why you might have a problem with it. I don't see why you might, but I don't think you should. But on YouTube, you can't even decide who gets the subs. It just randomly gives them away. So you gifted membership, you have no control who gets it.
Yeah, pretty much. That's your cue, chat. Everyone should be dropping 5 gifted subs right about now. Every single one of you.
I mean, Twitch is doing that deal, right? Aren't they, soon?
I don't know, but there's 25 people in here, 5 gifted subs from every single one. That's a lot of subs. See, get to it, people. Anyway.
Because, it comes from a good place and it went to a good place. What some smacked ass did with the result of it, that's out of your control and that's out of our control.
Yeah, and so like, and I honestly think that's going to happen less and less. I really do. I think that those people get bored and move on. I think it's a lot harder to feed the salt and rage videos with the vibe I've been going for lately, especially in Writer's Room. Like, I think I'm even more cognizant of that. It's like, I will deny them, those clips. Like, how boring can your video get? Like, how short are the clips going to have to get? Like, when I'm being as charitable as I've been lately in my disagreement with people, the clips will have to get shorter and shorter, which then don't serve their purpose. Then it looks scummy. It's entertaining to be like, oh, look at this 5-minute rant, I'm going to make fun of this guy. But if it's like, this is a 10-second clip, I can't do anything with this. I think it makes
I mean, the mental gymnastics that he's going through here is really crazy. Like, he is now literally, what he's saying here is that he's trying to combat it by actually changing the way he interacts with the community in order to not provide people with enough of a context to make that clip useful. And the question is, regardless of how much of a piece of shit he actually is or isn't, Should anyone be really put into that position? You told him to hold your sack.
It harder. So I would just trust that those people are just going to continue to get bored and stop showing up, which means they'll stop getting gifteds, and the good and the right people will get them.
You don't play Xbox. Xbox sucks. You're not a gamer.
Oh, hi,
So-
Xbox sucks.
And I understand why people felt like it was really invasive and it was really violating to have people clipping members' content or paying for VIP and exposing just candid conversations that are meant to be of value to members, and people weaponize that. Like, obviously, that I get it. That's irritating as a community. It's irritating as a content creator to have that level of hate
Where did I see it?
and that level of like sinister plotting against somebody that you just, I guess you don't like their content enough to do that. I get it. I do. But at some point, you just have to push through and be like, who cares?
Xbox sucks.
Like, these people are a dime a dozen, you know, and they'll move on.
And just like
many
that,
of
the
them have,
pathetic piece of shit is gone.
you know.
Right. The intentions behind it are what matter.
So, but I understand if people feel like, you know what, I don't want to do it, or I'm gonna hold back because it went to the wrong people.
But anyone wondering why I've timed him out for 24 hours and I'm going to ban him later on today after the stream, is because he reported me, apparently. So if he's going to go around reporting me, I don't want him here.
I totally get it.
Wait, what? You
I just,
what?
I will
Okay,
just.
sure.
Just to give you context, that's the context.
Oh wow.
And this was half an hour before I actually went live, by the way. You know when you got like the placeholder up?
Yeah.
That's the dude. So I just told him he's
Spoilers.
hurt and should seek therapy.
Sony fanboys ask for Xbox games all the time. They call this Starfield begging. So yeah, no, yeah, man.
Right, so this is the context. So if you're going to come in here and act like a dickhead like this, you are going to get banned instantly. I don't give two fucks.
Yeah,
I don't mind
yeah, I
PlayStation
agree.
fans in here. People used
I mean,
to
you
come
part
in
with
here all
me.
the time.
I'm in chat. I'm in
Um,
voice chat right now.
You're a good pony though. But like we used to have people like Last and a few others who were quite protective of, Sony and whatnot, but they never were toxic. They were arguing their point and they believed in what they believed in. And I don't mind that at all. I don't mind anyone, defending, talking about and having a discussion.
Yeah.
Within boundaries, whether you're on PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, I don't give a shit. But this sort of thing I'm not gonna accept. So they can fuck off. Quite literally.
Say you're handing a victory to people that
See that,
hate
Chille?
me and would love to know
But
that
we
I'm
love you,
making
Chille.
less
Thank you,
money
Snowy.
because of their behavior. It burns
love you all
them to
too.
know we've got people in here gifting and supporting me financially because they saw me in an assault video. I know that burns them up. It's like you're literally hating me and putting money in my pocket. And I would just continue to pour that hot coal on their head to be like, the more you hate this guy, the more we're going to support him. So,
So now he's basically turning around to his community and saying, don't give in to those people that are making these clips and things about me and saying bad things. The best way to combat these people is to give me more money.
Yeah, Quintar, you just can't feel that way, man. You are a homie of the channel, and I hate that you felt that way. I hate that it happened to you, but the intentions are known. We know it. You know it. We can't control that end of it, brother. So we can't dictate to that.
Yeah, and Eugene, I know there are people like you that are willing to gift, and it has nothing to do with the clipping. Like, you just want to know where it's going, and I think that's fine too. I do.
Yeah,
I think that's fine.
That's completely fair.
So the whole purpose of this 7-minute dialogue so far is that people are gifting on YouTube and they can't dictate where it's going. And it's going to people that are basically grifting and griefing. And they basically now have stopped gifting subs. And he's like, no, let them grift and let them do that. I want the money.
Yeah, and Gangs is saying the same thing. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. You know.
You can.
I can't.
You can ban them, Snowy. The problem that they feel like, the thing is, the moment they do that, it feels like a wasted $5, right? The person that gifted it, if the people that they've gifted it to gets banned, they've kind of, and they, let's say they dropped a 10 bomb, that's $50, right? And 5 of them get banned instantly. They've just thrown away $25 for nothing. They're not, I mean, they're still supporting the channel, I guess, but they're not really providing any benefit. And people that generally gift in those quantities, whether it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, they do it for the satisfaction of the, the goodwill and the happiness it brings to the people around them, right? They don't just do it for the streamer itself. They kind of get that feel good vibe when they provide a service to other people who can't afford to subscribe, but then they get the subscriber benefits, and then those people are, thankful. They turn around and say thank you to the person, and that gives them like a nice, good feel vibe in return, and that's all they kind of want. And if they're not getting even that as a minimum, well, and the money, the people are getting instantly banned, they feel like they're just burning it away. And I guess it's more of a psychological thing than anything else, a more ego thing. But I think that's the best way I can describe it.
I can't control your outlook on, on what you want to spend your money on. I can only say that it supports me either way, and that's what I think would continue to send a message to those people. If you're concerned about the Clippers, Sometimes I just felt like, well, you gifted the asshat a sub, you can't control it. We'll work on changing the thought process. Just know we like supporting you, right? And that's all I'm trying to convey is, and a lot of the times when we would end up having to, bop somebody out of here, we'd be like, let's just replace them, right? Let's just replace them. And I think that works in our favor. It's like it sends a loud and clear message that those people are easily replaced. They're nothing. They're nobody to us. They don't matter.
So yeah. What did you think of that?
It was a lot of words to describe something that could have probably been described in about a minute and a half.
Pretty much.
Like, it feels like he just went round in circles for 7 minutes.
He did. And ultimately what he was saying was, continue gifting subs and don't worry about how you feel about it personally. And it's weird, right? It's a little weird.
I personally hate talking about like subs and like memberships on Twitch, but yeah. And I understand why you have to, but I hate it myself. Paid sub, should we say?
Yeah,
I don't mind talking about follows.
I'm with you with this one. Like, I don't like it, and a lot of people, like Tads as well, keeps telling me that you kind of need to remind people. And I did an experiment some time ago. Well, in my previous videos, I've stopped it now, but I used to set like a like challenge to see if people could hit it.
Yeah.
And when I set like a like challenge of like 300, most of the time I hit it, but if I didn't, it would be in like the 250 plus. But if I didn't set a challenge, then it would be somewhere in the hundreds. And though it's a simple thing, if you put a goal towards it, if you put a challenge towards it, or if you mention it, people are more likely to do it. So that's why.
You mean like how everyone in chat should make sure they've hit the like button?
Yeah. I'm really terrible at that sort of thing. I feel dirty doing it. If you know what I mean. I don't feel right doing it. You know, I'd be perfectly
It
okay
feels like
talking
I can
about this.
understand why, because like I can understand why, because it feels weird, because like even though you're setting a challenge, there's no real challenge, is there? Really, it's just a number that you've made up. There's not like a reward that anyone's going to get for hitting it.
Unless we get to 10,000
So,
subs, right?
yeah, then they get an Xbox Series X if it's done by the end of the year.
But you know, ultimately it's a thing. You know, if people didn't have to say it, they probably wouldn't. I saw this on Flintlock, and I want to know your opinions on it before we get into the Marvel discussion.
I don't know anything about Flintlock, so
No, you don't need to. It's the
Okay.
highlighted part.
Achievement's gonna be
Achievements.
achieved.
Yeah.
That sucks.
So for those people that don't like, really hard difficulty, I mean, at least give some achievements. Why can no achievements be? I mean, this is what the community has been asking for, and so now that it's been given, those people that play the game and get happy when they see the odd achievement popping up, now they're not be able to see anything because this is what the community has dictated. Woodpit, it's absolutely normal. That's why people constantly remind people, and you see, and it's seen as being toxic by the streamer or whatnot, but ultimately they're doing it because if they don't remind, people just don't remember. Like, how many people in here know, for example, for 5 gifted subs, I wear my pirate hat with an eye patch for like 25 minutes? Most people outside of Devin probably forgot, but he's only remembering because I'm a better Punisher than him. And he's a bit jelly right now. See? But I think this is bad. I think that's definitely a bad way to go about it. And I think that's worse for the consumer. At least that's my opinion anyway. What do you think, Chille?
All I know is I know what I'm doing next week once I've got some more money.
All right. Where's anime? Where is anime?
On Crunchyroll.
No. Is anime still here? Is anime still here?
I mean, hasn't this already leaked? August, right?
Yeah, but the app is now on the PS Steam. It's on Steam.
Yeah.
You can
but
actually
the
get
app
it.
actually launches. Yeah, but the app isn't there yet, right?
No, I think you can just wishlist it.
Yeah, and then wishlist the release is August.
But you still need to buy that adapter, right?
I think so, probably.
That stupid adapter. But it's coming. So I see anime is gone. What a shame. What a shame. I was about to show him up. I guess I'll have to save these for another day. Let's save that into new video.
Zogdril says, reminds me of GACHA stream we did asking for a subathon. In my 7 years, have never actually done a subathon. I've done charity streams, like to raise money, but I've never actually done a subathon. But even then, I haven't really done many. I think I've done like 3 or 4 extra lives. That's about it.
I've always thought about doing a subathon.
I still remember my first Extra Life. I should have set the goals higher because I was in so much pain by the end of the night. I had some chocolates that I bought online, right?
Mm-hmm.
For $10, I ate a ghost pepper chocolate, and for $20, I ate a Carolina Reaper chocolate. Yeah, so
For $10.
yeah, $10. For
For
$10, I ate
$10.
ghost pepper. Yeah, for $10, I had a
Dude, what is wrong with you?
lime. I had a lime ghost pepper chocolate.
Nah, man, you need way more than that.
People were coming in and like, how close are you to the next? Because it wasn't even $10 per person. It was like every $10 we raised. So people were coming in. We're like, oh, how close are you to the next 20? I'm like, oh yeah, we're just $2 away. And they're like, okay, fine. I trust me. I think by the end of the night, I ate 6 Carolina Reaper chocolates and like 8 or 9 ghost pepper. I was not good the next day.
This sounds
I
like
was
a
not good.
bad time.
Yeah. Did your life flash before your eyes? Yeah. I they were good chocolates though. I gotta give them that. Chills you can die from. Well, I didn't. Okay.
He's still here, but no. Honestly,
Yeah.
if what they're saying is actually true, like it can, if your body isn't used to it,
Oh yeah.
like true story. This one. In the past, I could eat really hot stuff. Like when I say hot stuff, I mean really spicy. And that was because my best friend, when I used to go around his house every time, he's a Hindu. They used to pretty much trained my tolerance levels to eat ridiculously hot stuff, because I used to be around there every other Saturday, if not every Saturday. It was my best friend, and his dad was awesome. May he rest in peace. And my tolerance levels were insane. Like I went through the roof, and so the missus decided that she was going to test me out. So every so often she was telling me, "Hey, try this out, try this out." And she had this friend at the local shop that basically was bringing in exotic spices. And every single one I was eating felt like nothing. She tried it and she'd pretty much be in bed half the day trying to, cure the pain in her stomach. But my tolerance levels were through the roof. And then she gave me this one pepper and said, "Eat it." And I didn't know what it was. And I wasn't paying attention because I was playing the game. And I just threw the whole thing in my mouth. And when it exploded, I was burning. Like I had tears coming down my eyes, literally.
That's probably a Reaper because Reapers are horrendous. I've eaten one Reaper before, and trust me, you do not want. My mate was like, try this, and I'll buy you food for the day." I'm like, sure, fine. And it was outside in the public, and I was just like, yeah, no. Do not eat a dried whole Carolina Reaper. It's
But
not
yeah,
good.
I had tears coming down. I kind of toughed it out so she wouldn't get the satisfaction of seeing me suffer. But for 3 days, I had the worst stomachache I've ever had in my life. The cramps and everything I had was absolutely surreal. And the first night, I actually thought I was going to just not make it. So it's, know your limits when you're doing that shit, and whether it's for charity or not, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Can I plug myself for a second here then? Sorry.
Yeah.
If you do want to hear me in pain and crying and all of that, I don't know if you know about my food podcast.
I didn't. Even I didn't.
Sound bites. We're about to reach episode 100. And me and the co-host have actually done the one chip challenge on the podcast a couple of times. So if you ever want to hear me in a lot of pain, yeah, you can hear me eat the one chip challenge on the podcast at some, if you want. Yeah. We're about to reach episode 100. of sound bites. The bite-sized podcast where me and my friend eat snacks. He's in America. I'm in England, so we eat regional-based snacks that we can't get. So, and we've done the duel, and we've done the one-chip challenge. The first one-chip challenge we both had no issues with. The first one was easy. Like, I would say easy, but it was still, it's a one-chip challenge. It was still painful. But the second one, oh my god, they added scorpion peppers. And the scorpion peppers added like a stinging effect. So, yeah.
Chille versus DSG stakes. They're pretty much charcoal.
I don't even know. What is what's that? Dreamcast guys.
Yeah,
Let me guess, he burns them.
they're charcoal.
Steaks are medium rare at best, in my opinion.
Medium rare is the best.
I know some people like it rarer than that. I'm not a big fan of it. I'll eat it. Don't get me wrong. If it's rarer, I will eat it. I don't care. But if it's overcooked, no.
It's just chewy at that point.
Yeah.
But I saw this,
So,
and
yeah,
this was what I was going to show anime, because they keep saying it's not coming to Xbox. And Kemco apparently are releasing a whole RPG collection of yesteryear. And it's not that expensive, actually. Well, actually it is, for what it is. It's $33, which I think is way overpriced for these games. That's crazy pricing.
How many do you get? You get 4? That's not. I don't think that's too bad. It still looks expensive because it's $33 in one buy, but like that's what. It's about $7 each.
These games are like from the 80s. And they've just had like a still picture thrown in. I don't know, man. Like from the
I think
90s
I paid
at best.
more for the Pixel remasters.
Okay, look,
so.
the Pixel remaster had a Square Enix tax on it. Alright? It had the Square Enix tax. Now, obviously, these have had upgraded sprites and stuff, but I think, like, damn, this should have been $19.99. And I think that would have been a good price. I'm still going to buy it, though.
They're $8.25 per game.
It's going to be $4.99 per game. But I'm still going to buy it because it looks interesting. And I like the turn-based. And I want to support it so we can get more games coming through. Because this is the sort of thing that we want to see. You know, it's these indie games coming along from the Middle East over here. And, you know, this was another game that's coming to Xbox as well. And it's cool to see that they, you know, it's not completely. Where have I heard that voice?
My soul's burning bright.
Yuto Hino and his friends have been summoned to the world of Polygon.
By the way, remember though, if you do
Go ahead.
If you have the Marvel Rivals game, remember in 10 minutes you'll be able to log in and get a code to give to someone.
Ooh.
If you're over rank 6.
I am over rank 6.
You should be able to log in at 1 a.m. and get a code to give away.
Okay. I will try.
I think anyway.
Your way through enemies.
I mean, this looks cool. This reminds me of Zelda, to be fair.
On your otherworldly adventure.
See, it's even got Zelda in there and Link. This is the bootleg Link and Zelda.
With the help of your friend's magic.
See? And a bootleg Mega Man.
Boss fights change the game as you switch to first person.
What the? This actually looks not bad.
Slice away at enemies when they get close. Flame Saber! A fantastical adventure of magic and armor awaits.
That actually looks alright.
Dynamo Flame Thread. Coming winter 2024. Inti Create.
Golden Sun was awesome. I think it was Golden Sun that you could complete within 10 minutes. Best game ever.
I don't think I've ever played any of those.
Yeah, if you're in Golden Sun, you basically do the tutorial bit at the beginning, and then some shit happens, and then the priest from the church comes and says, "You're the chosen ones. You have to go and save the world. Will you take this upon your shoulders? Will you take on this burden?" And you say, "Nah, I'm alright, bruv." And then they say, "Oh, okay," and then it's game over, and you see the end of the world. That's it. Game complete. But Rivals, what do you think of Marvel Rivals?
Okay,
We've seen
so
in chat
what
that
I've played
someone
so
said
far-
it's going to be dead in 2 months.
No, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be okay. I've enjoyed it. I have found an issue. I don't know if it's just in this version, but you can't play with PC in competitive mode.
That's probably a good thing.
I mean, it is, I guess, but at the same time, like I was going to play with a friend and we couldn't play it because he wanted to play. Well, we ended up playing, the cross-play mode. But like, if you wanted to play competitive with people online, you can't do that.
Did he try using a controller?
I don't know if he tried using a controller. I don't think he has one, so I don't know.
Yeah, I reckon if you plug the controller in, then it probably would have worked.
But anyway, so far I've mainly been focused on Loki. I actually just bought Loki's skin. So I've got President Loki. So I am enjoying it so much. Yeah, I know it's basically, I know what's like reskin, but that's fine. I enjoy Overwatch, so that means I enjoy this. I want to see where they go in the future.
I know, but those skins were terrible.
I mean, nearly every skin at the start of a launch of a gacha game are terrible.
No, that was on another level. Like they were all just
No.
reskins.
No, I can't think of a single gacha game that has launched with anything that's not just reskins for most of the characters.
Mate, have you played the waifu games that I play?
Most of the characters. You're thinking about the waifus that have the good skins.
Exactly.
Most of the other skins that are recolors.
Yeah, no one plays the dude in a gacha game. They pick the waifu so they can run around looking at a nice looking character.
I picked the dude.
You are literally the one person that does pick the dude. Everyone else picks the waifu. All right, chat. Question. If you're playing a gacha game, whether you like them or not is irrelevant to the question. Assuming that you do like them and you do play them, do you pick the female character? I guess this doesn't count just for waifu games.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be gacha games. It's
right.
Any
game.
game
do you
where
pick
you
the female character or the male character? And
yeah.
Simple question.
Snowy says male. So there's one for me.
Yeah, but she's a girl.
Slightly Hampson was a male.
Who?
Slightly Handsome-Jack says I tend to pick the male.
There's
two.
But doesn't always pick the male. So he's 50-50.
I mean, I don't always.
Like, female see, John knows. John knows. Bag, it doesn't have to be gacha. It can be any game. No. If you have a choice between a male and female character, what do you pick?
Susano, the dude in the gacha games.
Yeah, but he's a weird one. Anyone that picks a dude, I'm going to come out with a weird excuse.
Zogdrel is also is a male. Thank you, chat. Thank you for supporting me. It means a lot. Seriously. Thank you. Thank you. See? Thank you, everyone.
See? Zogdrel says plays as the male authorizer in TOF 10% of the time.
90% of the time.
That clearly says 10.
90.
There's a hidden minus 80 there.
Gotta take this L, Chaos.
I am not taking this L. You guys are weird. Try to,
Like,
you know what it is, right?
it really, as Solon said, for me, I normally pick the male character because I'm male in real life, so I pick the character that represents me the most. But it all depends on the voice acting, the character design, like there's multiple different factors. Like I'd say 90% of the time I will play a male character. But if I'm playing the game and the job that I like is not, let's just say I want to play Monk and Monk is locked to the female character, I will then play the female character because I want to play that job. That's what I want to play, and I will pick that character because of that. But I won't pick a character solely just because of looks.
I 100% will. And I know exactly what chat is doing while you're here. Do you know why chat is saying male? Do you know why they're saying it?
Because they want to give me the W.
Nope.
Thank you, chat.
Nope. That is not the reason. The reason why they're saying male is because they want to make me sound like a pervert. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. They're trying to make me look like a pervert when you well know that half of them in there have a bloody Daimakakura fucking pillow on their bed.
I have a camera's body pillow, so I can't say much.
There you go. See, voice acting
she's
is
a
pointless to me.
VTuber. So she sent me one as a gift.
I'm sure she did.
Yeah, I've got her trading card as well. I've known her before she became a VTuber. Though I've known her for a long time. I used to play Fantasy 14 with her before she moved over into doing VTubing. So
here's a question for you. Since you've played Concord and you've played Marvel Rivals and you are an avid Overwatch player, which one is better?
Concord. No, I mean Concord.
Concord. You fucking pony. You lying pony.
Marvel Heroes. Seriously, Marvel Heroes is okay. Marvel Heroes is a lot more fun, but I also wish that the battle pass went up faster. So,
it's slow, right?
Can I? Yeah.
But
I'm biased because I like Marvel, so like I like a lot of these characters. Like I like the Hulk. I like nearly all of these characters in like they all. I can't remember a single name from Concord. If I'm gonna be completely honest.
I remembered Hamar, which is the only one that's remotely a waifu.
Is that
literally the only one I remember?
So the pony finally shows himself. No. But seriously, I am enjoying Marvel Rivals a lot more.
I find it slow though.
So
I find the movement is so slow. It needs to be faster.
But there's some characters that I've heard that are really fast. Like Mantis is actually quite a fast character.
I know, but Iron Man
there are
being
some
so
fastish.
slow.
Yeah, but Iron Man is so frustrating to fight against.
He is. He just flies
So
into
I
the
really
air
don't
and
want him
just
to get
shoots you.
faster. Yeah.
Look at Spider-Man. My dude is nimble as fuck and he's just bouncing everywhere like a bloody monkey. He just jumps from place to place, bouncing everywhere. Crazy. So I think there's a bit of balancing issues there.
You know what? Just grab an American. Damn it. Okay, well I've got an American code.
You got a what code?
I've got an American code for Marvel Rivals, but I'm going to send it to someone. So I grabbed the code, but I know someone who wants it. Okay. He's a big content creator, so if he'll even read the DM that I sent him.
Let me see if I can grab one real quick.
There was 30% left with like in a minute. So good luck.
Yeah, I needed to bloody boot up first. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, so I actually really liked Marvel Rivals. I think it has, the fact that it's going to be free to play means that it does have potential to live on. No way, my my Xbox doesn't have any space. God of Call of Duty. No fucking. No way. Oh shit. Okay, what am I gonna delete real quick? Alright, I'll delete Jedi. I could always download that again. No, fuck off. Pause your stupid installation shit. I can't believe that it needs 2 gigabytes because it's for the thing. Clips it saves. It's a shame you can't download that.
Yeah. Well, let's see if I know this person wanted a code, but let's see if he'll actually see his DMs. But okay, that means that I can probably get another one tomorrow for EU friends. Marvel Rise will suffer the same fate as
Wait, do you
Extra
actually
I don't
pick
think
it?
it will. Yeah, you just picked the NA, but it was on NA first. For some reason, it defaulted to NA, so.
Is there anyone in EU in the chat right now?
Oh, I can only collect one claim during the test. Damn it. Okay. Well, I got one code.
Oh, it's
And
just
you
an
can
Xbox.
you can pick the platform as well.
It's just an Xbox code for my one.
Okay. Oh yeah, because
So-
PlayStation is the PlayStation's region locked. The Xbox isn't region locked.
Yeah. All right. So this is an Xbox code coming along for you all. It's going to be first come, first serve, by the way. What'd you say?
I could say you should do it set as a giveaway, but I guess you could just do it as a first come, first serve.
Yeah, I'll just do it this way. And you can be on xbox.com ready to plug this in. Why the fuck is that dash there? I was anime. All right. So this is a code that is for the Xbox only. It doesn't work on PC. It doesn't work on PlayStation. It will only work on Xbox. This key is for a beta access for Marvel Rivals. So for those of you that are stuck till the very end, you're in luck because here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Don't you dare, Chille.
Don't I dare what? Claim it for the Xbox that I don't own. Yeah, let me
Yes.
go do that. Let me go. Let me log into my Hotmail account so I can claim it. I'll do it if nobody else does it because I want a reason to play with Chaos at some point.
Seriously, anyone grab it, and if you do grab it, let me know.
Yeah.
You keep saying it's not coming to Xbox, and I wanted to show you. It's coming to Xbox. I told you I had you covered. You're my it's not coming to Xbox guy. It's coming to Xbox. The whole Kemco RPG selection 1.0. There you go. Look at it. He's shell shocked that it's actually happening. There's he's shell shocked these games are coming. It's okay, buddy. Told you I had your back. Also, Flame Frit, which is basically Zelda with different characters and some mechazoids. But it's coming to Xbox. Xbox 2. See? There you go. I just wanted to, show you that they're still coming to Xbox. Whether you like it or not, they're coming to
Yay.
Xbox. Did anyone actually claim the code?
No idea.
Seriously, chat? No one claimed the code? Someone own up to it.
Someone claimed the code, damn it.
Edward got it. Congrats, Edward.
Hey,
Well-
congratulations, Edward.
I'm happy someone can try it out and use it. Dead game for a dead platform?
I mean,
Well,
16 should be coming soon, so
16 is landing on Xbox, yeah.
7, though, you probably won't be seeing that for a long time.
No, that's going to be after the trilogies that are complete.
Because I don't even think they could afford to put the discs out.
I have PC codes drug though. Sometimes.
Like I can't imagine how many discs Final Fantasy 7 would be on Xbox.
It won't be on disc. It's going to be digital only.
I'm just saying that if they released a disc version like they did the PS5, like Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth is what, 2 discs, 150 gig. So that's a minimum of what, 4 discs on Xbox, right? Because the highest capacity disc is 50 gig.
Yeah, and how big is the game?
150.
Yeah, just be one disc and the rest installs on the hard drive.
Yeah, but the PS5 2 discs. 'Cause it's
Then-
150 gig over 2 discs.
Then it'll be free discs then.
No, it'll probably be 4, is my guess.
Or like I said, they'll have it on one and install the rest of the hard
It'll
drive
just be
on the
download.
hard drive.
Yeah, it'll be just download.
But the game won't release physical on Xbox. Unless it's going to be over a thing.
Physical will be dead by the time 7 comes
yeah,
out.
It will be.
I'm
Or
just
it's
saying
gonna
that
be
if it
over
did,
limited.
it would be insane.
Yeah.
That would mean like the whole trilogy would probably be like what? 10 discs. You'd be buying a 10 disc collection. That'd be so cool. No,
That
it'd
is
be like,
true.
yeah, so
Final Fantasy 13 had 3 discs on the 360.
yeah.
I reckon they should remake Final Fantasy 13. Microsoft really
They
needs
should.
to. Microsoft's stopping it, innit?
Is it? Or is it? I don't know who's stopping it, but they really
Microsoft
need
has
to
the rights to
remaster
it.
13.
Yeah, Microsoft has the rights to
That's
it.
insane. They really need to remaster 13 because it's the only one that's not been remastered, right?
Yeah, but it's got to
Yeah.
do a thing.
And I even bought the Japanese version of Advent Children so that I could get the demo for 13. Because the Japanese special edition of Advent Children came with the E3 demo of Final Fantasy 13.
I remember that.
Yeah. So I imported it over just so I could play it.
Lost Odyssey was 4 discs. I remember that.
I mean,
chat,
there was other PS1 games. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go soon because I'm getting tired.
Yeah, this is the end of the stream because it's 1 a.m. already, and I went a little longer than I wanted to, but I wanted to stretch it out enough so we could get to the code, so we can give it away. Anime, yeah,
No.
it does. and that's that's one of the reasons why I went out and bought it again. I actually had it, but I couldn't find it. I think it got stolen with the box I had, because I had all my Final Fantasy games in one box, and when our roof caved in, we basically put a bunch of stuff in the passageway, and we had people, the fixers coming in and out, fixing the sitting room roof. And unfortunately, we figured out later on, almost like a year, about 6 months to a year later, one of my boxes that was placed in the passage went missing. And that was my complete Final Fantasy collection. Black label cases for Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All black label on plate PS1. All gone. I was really pissed off. My Final Fantasy 13, 1, 2, and 3 for the 360, all gone. Final Fantasy 12, all gone. So it really, really pissed me off. But we noticed way too late. Fuck knows where they are now. So I started recollecting them on the Switch. Hence why I got Pixel Remaster, and I've got the others going along. Oh, I was devastated, Devin. Really
I would be.
devastated. But what are you gonna do? I was at the time when the roof caved in. Don't forget, my kids are asthmatic and I'm asthmatic as well, so we could barely stay in the house anyway because of all the dust. But I actually heard the roof crumbling and managed to grab two of my younger kids that were just playing on the floor, and they were about 3 or 4 years old at the time. Grab them as I jumped off the sofa, picked them up in like a scoop, and ran out the door. And literally, as I exited the door with both of them in my hand, the whole thing just came crashing down behind me. If I was a second late, we would have been caught underneath it. So, I'm just counting my blessings that me and the family were safe. And, as much as that sucks that I lost all that stuff, the important people were safe, me and the family. So everything else can be rebought again or not, but it doesn't matter. It is what it is. But on that note, I'm off to go to sleep. What the hell's that? They can't stop me.
I don't know.
Stalker delayed from people crying, saying the enemy reaction to being shot or shot at, etc. looked off. Even a demo was staged representation. Now the team will polish everything up a lot more. Well, it's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
That's a good thing. But yeah, chat, I'm going to be off for tonight. Maybe we'll do a subathon some point during the holidays. Who knows? If you guys think that's a cool idea, we can definitely consider it. But otherwise, I am going to be off. Chille, if you want to plug yourself for not your food channel because you've already done that, but your actual streaming channels before we head off. I mean, you can plug your food as well.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I don't really talk about it much. We do get a few people watch it, but I don't really plug it.
What are you apologizing for?
Yeah. I don't know. I just always feel weird plugging stuff. I know you do the same. So, but no, you can find me over on Twitch.tv. Sorry, carry on. Because I randomly brought it up.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying. I'm cool with you.
Thank you. Well, you can find me at twitch.tv/MoogleGround Radio, where we stream a lot of Fantasy 14, mostly Fantasy 14, to be honest. Though I did stream some Marvel Rivals today, which was a lot of fun. I had someone in the chat come join me, actually, Blatant Gamer. He's a friend of the channel. I'm hoping to have Chaos on at some point and we can join up, but we'll see what happens. Apart from that, and I do YouTube videos, but I let's just say I tried to describe where I might go tomorrow, and I described it in a way that was so lewd that I had to cut it short of myself because there was no way that anyone could take this in context to anything. So yeah, go check out the YouTube. I found it funny, but I think I'm the only person in the world that found my YouTube short funny. But yeah, no, I stream on twitch.tv/Google Radio. Thank you, Tasman. And yeah, we do a podcast every 2-ish weeks where we talk about Fantasy 14. And we enjoy Fantasy 14 on the channel. So, and thank you as always for having me on. And thank you to the lovely community for always supporting when I get on here. And thank you all for the love. Seriously, I like reading the comments on his channel. Seriously, it makes my day. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chaos.
No worries, my dude. And on that note, Pony Dude, have a good night. Everyone else, I will see you next time. And don't forget to do those 500 gifted subs, right? Right. You're all ready to do those, right? Don't forget 500 gifted subs by the time I hit offline. Right. It's going once. It's going twice.
Chaos, remember, they're only $5.
Exactly. $5. So get those 500 gifted subs in. Going once, going twice. I hit 501 gifted subs. Going once, going twice. Did that 502? That's 502 gifted subs.
Bye, chat.